So, Johannes, please open the day for us. Tell us about you. Tell us about your vision. Tell us about...
Many years ago,
Yeah.
on the 10th of August 1966, I was born.
This is a long story, guys.
Look, about 2.5 years ago, I think my people know the story. My previous company I left under escort of security guards. We left with no disease, no stock, no future,
Yeah.
and no. So, couple of guys, I think Wilbert was one, Enku was one. Who else there?
JC was...
Service came naked.
JC was there.
Now, JC was there.
Yeah.
There was a couple of guys that joined us, started this journey, which was a bit forced on us. But after 2.5 years, I say it takes you 3 years to build a business. After 3 years, if the business doesn't work, then you must pack in and try something else. We started with Llewellyn and myself. We just left, but we had a vision. We decided that we're going to change the property market for the good and maybe for the bad for the rest of the property industry. Because we decided that we're going to change it in a way where agents will be stepped and trampled upon by principals for many, many years. And the guys were making a fortune. And the estate agents, they were actually very similar to robbers and car hijackers. They got paid the least amount possible for the most amount of value, just in order so they could go out and hit the streets again and do the same thing all over again. So in the end, after you sold the property, the estate agent probably got out about 20 to 25% of the 100% of the commission, because after you pay the tax man, the VAT man, your principal, and all the agents involved, you get barely nothing. And I mean, if a seller looks at the amount of commission that's on top on offer to purchase, he thinks his agent's making a fortune. And on top of that, the people take on commission, all sorts of commissions out of it, insurance commissions, referral fees, and everything gets shared with the principals. So some of the richest people in the country are estate agents' principals. They hide it, but they are some of the wealthiest people in the country. And we changed it a bit. We said, well, look, we also want to make money out of it, but we want to make money, but we put our agents first. So if you come and you work, we give a full status agent 90% of the commission, all his bond commissions, all his referral commissions. So what happened after we left? The estate agents' principals were telling, in order to protect their own market, they were telling the industry that Pelser won't last. Pelser's going to crap within 12 months because why? To protect himself. And it was tough. I must tell you, if I didn't start it with a top-class salesman like my son, I wouldn't have made it. The business wouldn't have made it because he's a top salesman. I think he travels around 135 listings at the moment. And he supported the business with his sales and with his income. And as we grew, we are now currently sitting on 131 agents and people in the Pelser group, from starting with 2.
Can you imagine that? Hey?
Countrywide, at the end of Feb 2004, up to 2024, we had 78 million rand sales turnover, which was October, November, December, Jan, Feb. And then the end of Feb 2025, the first full year that we did, we sold over 260 million rands worth of property. The year after that, we went up to 490 million rands worth of real estate. And this year, we're going to go over 500 million. And probably we're going to aim for 1 billion. You'll see how close we get to it. But as things grow, they multiply more. I mean, we got new areas at the moment. We got Polokwane, which is Cittersburg. Brackenfell, someone just started. And Bubela, Witbank. Tommy Bolt, one of our agents, is moving to Witbank, which I thought was... I drove there once, but you just keep on driving. It's like going to Tokyo. It's very out of the way. It's far. You were looking for someone. I think the assist group was looking for someone. I got someone. That's from the 1st of next month. We've got an agent.
Agent there, full, yeah.
Yeah. PE, we just started. I'm not going to say the other name. And then Bethlehem, we just started. So we got all over the place. The furthest one down south is Greenpoint, and north is Nelspruit.
Yeah.
Happy. What is it? Yeah, Nelspruit.
Polokwane, yeah. It's quite a distance.
Yeah. At the moment, we've got 1,350 listings for sale, which I think is phenomenal. We got the most listings for sale in Bloemfontein. And then all over the country, if you look at, there's a 3,740 estate agents countrywide and the estate agency groups. And we at number 63 at Kumau.
That's remarkable.
Out of the whole country, working 3 years. Well, three years will only be end of October. We'll be 3 years.
Which is around the corner, eh?
Which is around the corner. It's going to be very soon.
Oh man, I can't wait for that bash.
Without the support of Lizelle at the back dish, I mean,
That
I
is-
even a number these days, and I say to Lizelle, here's a new one, here's a new one. So, and we got a lady in Senekal starting now. We got someone in Lumo, we sell. So if you in making money for yourself, or you can have a small business, well, so real estate is the business for you.
You can't start up a new agency with this kind of cut, where you're still the owner of your own legacy, you are still your own brand, but you are assisted with the right kind of background and the right kind of integrity in the industry. Just as a matter of interest, what is reputation and equity and these kind of things means in the industry from your point of view?
Look, I think everybody says that in Bloemfontein, they say Bloemfontein is too small to be crooked. Because if you go and walk a straight line, the people will talk about you within a week. So, but I think every place, probably every city, every town has got the same thing. There's a gossip chain. So if you become the crooked agent, you'll be known as that. So you got one name protected. I carry my name on my shoulder, and I've got my face all over the websites. So I got to be careful what I say, when I say it, and how I act, and how I teach people, because you leave an impression for life. So if you can teach someone to have integrity, honesty, and feedback. Feedback, I think, is probably your best quality that you can have as an estate agent. There's nothing worse for a seller to know that he had 7 or 8 people going through his property, and the agent says, I pre-qualified 10 people, but the guy's cancelling the mandate. Firstly, because you never told him you had 10 people pre-qualified. You never told him you took 10 people through his house. You never told him what they said about his house. And bad news is always best when it's given immediately. And agents normally try and hide it away to make the blow as soft as possible. But I mean, if you tell a guy honestly, any sane person would be able to make an informed decision. So agents get scared of the truth, and they get scared of confronting people with the truth. But then with diplomacy, you learn how to tell people the truth. You know that old thing in the back of the restroom with a little monkey sitting on the bicycle saying diplomacy is the ability to tell someone to go to hell in such a way that it actually looks forward to the trip. So
That's now sales talk.
yeah, so you get to learn that, but you can only get to learn that if you make mistakes.
What
So
would you say is the biggest lesson you've learned being such a astute a principal and estate agent throughout these years? What would you say is one piece of golden nugget you can give to today's estate agents and interns starting their journey today?
as an estate agent, I can only say that you can go to as many motivational speeches as you want to. You can go to as many talks as you want to.
Very true, yeah.
And you can read as many books as you want to. But basically, if you don't have listings, you can't sell nothing. If you've got an empty lot with cars, you're actually a guy with a nice premises, but you got no cars to sell. So if you don't have stock in this business, you got nothing. So everything else is just window dressing. You got listings, it'll sell. You're not such a good salesman that you'll talk a guy into selling a house. You got to show him the right property. So you got to match people. How do you match them? By getting a variety. How do you get a variety? By getting up an hour earlier than everybody else in the morning and going to bed an hour later.
That's so true, hey?
The only thing that brings wealth is a 16-hour work day with good business etiquette and a will to work. And of course, if you're scared of people,
How's this for wisdom, guys?
if you're scared of people, don't even try this business. If you're scared of criticism, run away, because this is not your business. So as long as you can take criticism,
you'll be successful in this work. But keep working at it, keep working at it.
Like being consequent all the time and making sure that you give the right kind of information to your clients, very, very essential.
Yeah.
I remember when I went through the strides, I was actually scared to answer my phone. Like, what am I going to say to this guy? You know, medically or financially, my previous careers, I was right there. And when I started off, I just didn't know what to do because the guy's not buying a bread, he's buying a future. So that was quite an interesting point of view. And then lastly, what is the future for Palsa, for you guys? What is your dream? Where are we going?
It depends on the people. As long as people will want to come, we will take them. If they're good, honest, hardworking people, and they want to make money for themselves, we'll give them the opportunity to do it.
We're also renowned of being always willing to work with our colleagues in any sector. And we've never been known not to work with other estate agents. And we always try to know and respect the industry throughout.
Plus, there's also another thing. Then now, 15th of January, I'll be celebrating my 40th year in property.
You don't look at that.
40, well, yeah. It's because of the fat. It takes the wrinkles away. But as long as the carcass can take the body, and we'll carry on. You'll see.
I always had a question, and this is personal, guys, really. You can come to Llewellyn, and there can be like a court case about to happen. There's a fire going on, water being thrown on you, and somebody going with a pitchfork after you, and you go to them, what must I do? And he goes, sit down, let's talk. And he's got this persona to look at things from a different point of view and always give you the right advice. How did you get that? I always wanted to know, how did you get to that point, to always know how to get an agent from being flabbergasted, anxious, not knowing what they do, just to look at the situation from this kind of point of view?
Look, when you're young, it's a difficult thing, because when you're a youngster, if someone, you know, I was at one of these motivational things one day. I think the guy's name was Mike Lipkin, and he told everybody in the front, stick up your hands, and he started high-fiving everybody.
Yeah.
And he said, out of this whole row of people here, not one guy didn't push back. It's human nature. If someone pushes you, you push back.
Yeah.
And not one person relaxed when he pushed.
Yeah.
So I think when you're young, you tend to get into a fight easily. But if you think back, how many things that you solve by fighting back? Nothing. So, plus the other thing is, if you're upset and you cross about something and you lost your temper, you can't think straight. You know, how many times you get in life when you actually leave a place and you say, I should have told him that, I should have told him that, and I should have told him that, but you never got to say it because you were upset.
Yeah.
So when you calm down, get the guy relaxed, and then he starts thinking and he starts processing the information in front of him, because otherwise you lose control and you don't know how to behave. Yeah. And 9 out of 10 times you'll probably misbehave. So,
and read about it in the Facebook
yeah,
the next day.
and then you feel sorry about it afterwards. But a word that's out is out. You can't put it back.
I like the fact that Palsa Real Estate is a real company for real people in real life. Yeah. That's why we actually made sure that we're part of the Assist Group, because there's sometimes a place where you can't buy a house. You can't sell a house. You've got a client that's not ready for that. And those clients are the ones where we lose commission, because we only try to work with the cream of the crop. You must have a perfect credit record. You must be perfect, and we can sell your house and we can help you to buy a house. But we walk away from millions and millions of rand in the industry. Last year, we contributed 255 billion rand in the industry in South Africa. It's not a small number. It's really a big number. And if you think that is positive sales, can you think of the months we had lost?
Yeah, look, I mean, you must also remember, cream of the crop means different things to different people.
Absolutely.
Everything sells. Yeah. From the worst listing to the best listing, everything sells. Normally, your cheaper listings, the agents get more commission percentage-wise, because the clients are easier. If you move up to the upper echelon, people are get finicky. They don't want to pay commission. They negotiate over everything. So your run-of-the-mill market is where I would direct any agent to start out with. Start out with the easy stuff. We call it easy stuff, but you must remember, every purchase that everybody makes in property will probably be apart from investors, it'll probably be his biggest investment you make.
In his life, yeah.
So even if it is a township house from there to Woodlands, every guy that buys, that's his most important purchase. So
Yes.
unless you're an investor, you go through it. But my advice to agents is always educate yourself. Google these days, you can do a contract on Google. Google does your adverts. ChatGPT is an absolute asset. If I think of ChatGPT when I was a youngster and the way we used to do it, we used to hunt for the newspaper and then look at everybody's pictures. And then you used to take a picture and go, or take the newspaper with you and drive in the areas and go hunt for those houses. We got a thing called borderjag. And it's an estate agent saying, and I mean, that's how we used to get stock. We used to get stock through that, newspapers, ads. It was hard work in the old days. I mean, these days it's easy. The computers make it easy. Canva does adverts for you like professionals.
Graphic
In the old days, you used to have designers. The industry's become quick. It's become a immediate decision. In the old days, we used to have a diary where you would say, what does next week, Tuesday, 12 o'clock look like for you? And then the guy would page through his, and then people would stick to those appointments because there was nothing else. Now there's an internet. You phone a guy, he doesn't answer his phone. If he doesn't answer his phone, you phone the second guy. So you can lose 30,000 to R500,000 rands commission by not answering your phone. So the industry's picked up, technology's advanced, but it's also become quick. If you don't respond quickly, you're out of pocket. You're gonna lose a lot of money by trying to schedule your life old school. All us with a grey hair here, we came through all of those things. These days, the youngsters, they beat us because they respond immediately. We have to adapt. I would say Canva, never stop Facebook, Instagram. What is that? TikTok. That guy's on TikTok. I saw him there just now. Alvin. He's on TikTok. He's probably posting your stuff while we speak.
Yeah, we want to make some sales out of this.
It's a response. You see, so you've got to be quick in this business. If you're slow, you're going to lose out, you see. Always learn, always educate yourself. Stuff changes. Get yourself on platforms like Loom and Virtual Agent and equip yourself to be as professional as the guy next to you. Because if you don't do it, someone else is going to do it. There's always people prepared to pick up the slack and eat off your scraps. We got a national referral basis of 20% for a phone call. Now, first things what I want to say is find out who your colleagues are on the Pelser group. Get their names. I get questions every day. Do we have someone in Vryheid Natal? Yes, we do have. Northern Natal. He just sold 2 houses. We got someone in Jeffreys. We got a whole team there. So find out who those people are. If you add them on your telephone book, save the numbers. My son has got 17,500 numbers on his WhatsApp, on his phone. If people struggle to get a place sold, they phone him and he helps them. He puts them on his story. What do they call it? On his status.
Yeah.
And he can sell a property. If it's properly priced, he can sell a property in 3 weeks for you. It can be done sometimes overnight. So use technology.
I remember when I started off, as you say, the boards. I must be honest, I'm not the agent that likes to put out my boards in all of my listings. Sometimes I look at my client's needs. It's maybe a woman that is a single mother. I don't want her to be a target. I don't want her to be a target in South Africa. So sometimes I don't actually even put out a board. I have a nice day we do the sale, but I always read the situation as well. And then something very interesting that you just said, answering your phone. Guys, answer your phone. That makes you a good agent. Answer your phone. If you don't answer your phone, you are the one that lost that sale. I promise you, I can testify for that. We had a situation where I actually did a sale with Llewellyn right in the beginning, 11:35, 11:49 at night. People talking to us, doing a sale that. Some people don't sleep. Some people stay in a different kind of time zone. So we have to accommodate those. If you want the money, that's why we are here. But thank you so much.
Thanks. Something I just want to add is we've also done with our... We got calls from rental people that wanted to change their lives as well. And we worked out a system which we're also now going to take countrywide where you can start your own rental portfolio on an 80-20 commission split. So those people get all their lease fees, they get all their inspection fees. We don't charge them, we don't take their money, we work 80-20. Everything works through a trust account. We train them properly so that they can become, and we work with Red Rabbit, which is an inspection program that works properly, and it's a decent system. So we had people
Again,
that
the
actually
technology,
left
technology.
yeah, technology again. They left their previous businesses where they were working for 10 or 12,000 rand a month, because that seems to be the limit. You can push a guy up to 100,000 rand rental commission, and then you employ another one. So if you're a principal, you can have 5 of those sitting next to each other. You can make 80,000 rand out of all of them
Portfolios.
each, and then you can give them a 10% of commission split of the commission, and then get a salary, and they can build a portfolio for you second to none. So we started by, we saw there was a need, and our first lady that joined us is now invoicing 80,000 rand a month from a salary of 10 or 12,000 rand a month. She's running a business. She's employed a daughter. She's now also employed a brother who's now gone on pension. He's the inspector. So she's got her own little business. And so we create opportunities for people to change their lives, and that they can keep for their families.
Hand in hand, what Llewellyn just said is, real estate actually creates so much opportunities, and this is why we actually give you a new toolbox today, a new tool in your toolbox to just give a better service. And this is what he's saying. This is how we actually build out portfolios, just by getting a greater product out to our clients. Thank you so much.
If I didn't enjoy it so much, I wouldn't be doing it.
Well, not after 40 years,
Yeah,
eh?
so
Yeah.
I
And we
love
learn every
people,
day, yeah. And
Love people, love my agents, all of them.
all of them are so
From the one
special.
that sells one property in 6 months to the one that sells the most. I don't care. If you want help, I'll give it to you.
Thank you so much. We really appreciate you, and a warm applause to you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Guys, allow me to introduce Johan Kutsen from Kutsen Attorneys, also our partner in MultiNET. He's an astute partner, a friend in the industry, somebody we respect, somebody that really makes things happen. A guy that's always been there for us in the industry if we need advice. He's been there for us with new developments. And when we have got those cracking questions, when we have a difficult client, Johan and his team is always there. I'm going to ask Johan to explain his product for us, talk a bit about MultiChoice, and then afterwards we're going to just have a bit of a communication about the industry and how it influences us today. So to Johan, please take it away and tell us about your product.
Thank you, Inku.
Thank you.
Thanks for the Assist Group for inviting me to speak on your platform. My name is Johan Kurtzen. I represent MultiNET, the Free State region, not MultiChoice.
So never choice, MultiNET.
MultiNET, guys.
It's got a
Remember that.
multi-choice in it.
My presentation will be to explain to you what a person or a buyer goes through to obtain a loan from a bank to buy a property. Now, that whole process is being managed by originators. And if we can just go to the slideshow, I'll have to have a look back here. So for a homeowner to obtain a loan, obviously you must go to a bank. Those are the banks that you can see on the slides, more commonly used. There's also SA Home Loans. Now, the players in the market are 3. There's 3 bond originators that have contracts with these banks. It's Uber, Betterbond, MultiNET. They have the same structure and same commission base as each one of them has got the same structure. Sorry, just to rephrase, it's the same agreement, same commission payable to these companies. Okay. Then affiliates from Uber are the following companies: Evo, Capcube, Bond Gallery, Betterbond. You will see, let's go to the next one, Mortgage Mac, Green Door, Bond Excel. And you will see MultiNET does not have any subsidiary companies or partners, if I can say it like that. These companies, Evo, CapCube, Mortgage Max, Green Door, are all receiving commission through Uber and Uber's commission contract with the relevant banks. Okay, so they're on a lower commission structure. Understand that. MultiNET receives the full commission from the banks and not sharing it with anybody. Very important to notice here, who are the shareholders in the real estate, in the originator called Uber? They've got shareholders, and that is how this company came about, which is Seif, Javits, Pam Golding, All Real Estate, Harcourts, Wakefield, Sotheby's. Those are the shareholders. If you look at Betterbond, you'll find Remax, RealNet, Tyson Properties, Rawson, Chase Everett. These companies earn commission, or let me say dividends from commission that they receive through Uber and Uber's contracts with the banks. Once again, to just put the whole picture of you up there, Uber and Betterbond, have a look at their shareholders, and then I will explain what you have to look at when you go to the next slide is who do they jointly own? So Uber and Betterbond's actually working together. They're not working together, they've got their own businesses, but they got shareholding in PayProp and private property. So how does that affect the agents? So if you go to private property, and you will see we've got a slide there of the private property website, and it says the agency by location, and you type in as a client or a buyer or a seller looking for a estate agency, you will find the following estate agents coming up first, agencies coming up first. And you will see those are a mix of the Betterbond and Uber shareholders.
Makes sense.
So, what to do? The independent, sorry, the next thing. Yeah, jump while you still have the strength. Protect your business and keep your independence. And then once the explanation about MultiNET, who is MultiNET? MultiNET has been a bond originator since 2003. It's South Africa's third largest bond origination company. At the stage, I know the independents were 47% the market.
47%.
47%
Can
of
you
the market.
imagine that, guys?
So
That's
Betterbond
like
and Uber, they have the other 53%. Yeah. Okay, so they, MultiNET, we have direct contacts with FNB, Standard Bank, Absa, Nedbank, RMB, Itala, and Investec. MultiNET also has a national footprint with branches in Randburg, Cape Town, Durban, Pretoria, Boksburg, Vaal, Mpumalanga, Northwest, Richards Bay, and now the Free State. How are we different to the others? We are the only true independent bond originators. Again, just remember the slides I've showed you and their shareholders, Uber and Betterbond. And then MultiNET does not have any other entity, company, or agency where they share their commission with. Okay, we are not owned by any real estate companies. We do not own a stake in any other real estate company. We pay the best conditions or commissions in the market to real estate partners on a weekly basis, automatically without you having to invoice us. Okay.
Seamless.
Now, go to just to explain the commission basis, and that is very important to understand. The reason why we pay the best commissions is because we don't share commission with only or with other companies, not with shareholders. We share it with our business partners, which are you, the clients, the estate agents, the agencies that want to work with us. So that is a very important thing to remember when you look at the slideshow. Then what does MultiNET offer you? Access to online web-based bond tracking system called BondList. When you sign up with MultiNET, you will attain access to our BondList platform, which you can actually manage your own applications which been submitted to the banks. You can see your commissions, you can see the registrations, you can get documentation for advertising. You can even get advertisement on the Facebook platforms, the Instagram, wherever you want to post it. So those are there readily available for you. So it's a really good system to have.
Interesting.
Yeah, we also do the credit checks on Lucid. As you know, if you do the more credit checks you do through TransUnion and all those credit companies, you lose your scoring. Yeah, your scoring.
That is so interesting that you said, because in the industry, many times when we do, sorry for interrupting, we get this situation so much where people say, don't touch my credit score. And with knowing this kind of information for the public out there, for us as agents, it's such a nice information to know that we will not touch your credit score, and that we try to do the ethics back and get ethics back, like Alan said earlier, putting ethics back into the estate agency. Yeah.
Thank you. So Lucid does not. It gives you a very good, accurate scoring of the client. We also issue clients with pre-qualification certificates that Mardi will explain a little bit later. And then also offer various commission structures, a lead provider, and we call them lead providers and property associates. These structures are based on the work that we are getting and the partnerships that we enter into. So it can be higher, it can be medium, but it will be definitely higher than Uber or Betterbond. I promise you that. Okay. Okay, these are, this is a Lucid, what it looks like. We have to obtain, obviously, the consent from the client. He has to sign it. And then we get a Lucid report that shows bad, fair, good. When it's fair or good, you know that client is a good client and that you can work on his scoring, especially if it's a fair scoring. If it's a good scoring, you know that 99% you will qualify for the loan. Okay.
That's brilliant, yeah.
This is the pre-qualification certificate. That's what it looks like. My advice is always get a pre-qualification certificate before you take a client out to any property, because you don't know if he's got money. And you're spending your petrol and your time and your effort on it. This is the easiest way to understand if he has.
It's also a nice way to actually credit and see that your client is really, they say they are. In today's economical factors in South Africa, it's wonderful to know that who you're talking to is the real person, that they've got money. We hear so many horrific stories in the industry of imposters and scamsters out there. Just as a matter of interest, and this is from my side, the MultiNET group is so efficient. When I phone them and says, I've got a prequel, 30 minutes. Since everything is there, the girl phones me and says, okay, we've got a pre-qualification. 3 days I've got my grant. And that is very important for me as an agent. I know where I'm moving. I've got an efficient team that's behind me, and I've got this amazing structure of commission that also gets funneled back to me. So this is a win-win for me as an agent to collaborate with a company like this. And then also the association with the assist group.
Just on the basis that thank you just touched there, we've got consultants everywhere in the country available within 5 minutes.
Anytime.
So if the workload gets too much in a certain area, we can refer it to our admin, which will do your pre-qualification. As I say, it's not a person sitting in Bloemfontein, but we just call, gets appointed to us, and your pre-qualification gets done. So it is very important to actually just remember that it is not a client or a consultant based in an office.
Yeah.
It's all over and it's easy accessible. Okay, so MultiNET Home Loans offers the power of one consultant for more banks, one set of documents, one interview with a buyer, one source of feedback, unbiased advice. I wanted to say this previously. Service goes without saying.
Absolutely.
You cannot provide, and I think Llewellyn touched on it, with regards to service. You have to answer your phone. You have to react immediately when you get the information and make sure that your clients are serviced. So this is not even a discussion. It is a must. Okay. Okay, and this is where Mardi will take over from me and explain how the pre-qualification process work so that you will understand.
Thank you so much. Yeah. So we're going to break over to Mardi quickly. Thank you so much for. Afterwards, we're going to have a quick chat just about the industry and the attorneys in the industry after Mardi, and then let's see what's happening. And then we have a Q&A. So I can't wait. Get all your questions ready, guys. Good morning, Mardi. Good morning. How are you?
Good day, Nku. Fine, and you?
Thank you so much for joining me and Johan here in the panel. I hope it's so warm that side as it's warm on this side, eh?
Oh, very cold this side. Hello, Johan. How are you?
Hi, Mardi. Well, and yourself?
I'm well, thank you. Thank you for giving me the time to talk. I've also been in with MultiNET for 15 years. And for me, it's giving that good service and being there for the client. On assist group side, I would say the way we work is I would get a lead from the pre-solution team, and they would ask me to first pre-qualify the client to see if I can, if there's merit in the deal. So I would also get his consent, all his supporting documents, and then I will have a discussion with him to get the background, what documents to require from him, if he's self-employed, if he's employed, and then I would get his consent to do the credit check. So just going back to the credit check, our credit check is it doesn't leave any footprint on the client's bureau. So we know that the client has to eventually go to the banks when we submit, so they also do their credit checks. So we don't want, MultiNET doesn't leave, or the credit check that we do don't leave a footprint on the client's bureau. So I would then do the credit check, do the normal qualifications just to see what the client would qualify, if the deal would be workable. So I would wait, let me just think now. Do the pre-approval, and then what I would do is exclude the client's current expenses that he is, or that's reflecting on his bureau. So why we do that is because the client will go into a deal with Real Estate Assist, and then they will maybe put the client under debt review, or they would get an investor on board to assist with that debt that we can settle. So once I've excluded that debt, I will do the pre-qualification and see what amount I can get the client qualified for. And then that information I would send back to the pre-solution team, and they will discuss that in a risk meeting with management. So I would also then advise on the pre-approval what the client's current score is. The score must definitely better, as if I would look at it at the end of the term, because the client can be put in a 12 to 18 months a transaction with a CIS group. So after that 18 or 12 months, I would then do another pre-qualification for the client to see how his uh, what do you call it, affordability has improved.
Hi there, Marty, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
So you're just saying that once you've actually done a pre-qualification and then you do it over a period again and then see how the client has performed over that period to see if the credit score has bettered and what we can do with the client at that stage. Am I correct?
That's right, yes.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
So it's 2 pre-qualifications, only 12 months or 18 months after. On the investor side, where there's an investor coming on board, I would also do the same, make contact with the investor, get all the required documents, because he's now going to apply for the home loan. Daniel will discuss the process of that. But then I would do the pre-qualification for the investor, and then see for what amount he can qualify. So yeah, I will also do a pre-qualification and send the documents to the wealth assist team, and then they would make contact with the client. If there's an affordability problem, they can always use the future rental, but not all the banks use the future rental. It depends on where the client's actually banking. And the client must also have a very good score.
Marty, if you don't mind me asking, something very important is once we've referred a client to the group, what is the security we have as an agent that it stays our client and that you will look after them? If you don't mind just giving me a bit of information there.
Well, that client, I think that's what Daniel and them will discuss, where the pre-solution team, when the client starts from the beginning, they've got to apply on the real estate assist site. And then the agent that refers the client will add him as a referral on that client. So that then the client completes the application, it goes through to the pre-solution team, which will then assess and see if they can assist the client, because I mean it's got existing bond that they've got to work out, and I'm not too sure. I think it's 75% that they can only lend up to, and not more than 75. But the deal will go through the system with that agent being on board.
Yeah, that's very important to know that the assistance group does the association with the agent and then and recognize the agent as that throughout the process, because
That's
I believe
correct,
at the end of the day, the client will still become the agent's problem again, to make sure that you sell the property if it gets back into the sale, but you've got an option to get 2 or 3 commissions in the process while you're working with your client. And that is an amazing process. Thank you so much for giving us a bit of information there. Would you mind if I ask some of the guys just on the pre-qualification, just at this stage, just to see? Sorry, Johan, I don't want to take over, just to just conclude on her side there. Is there any guys that has got any information or want information about the qualification process when you work with a client that is in a bit of a need at this stage? Doesn't matter afterwards. We will do a session where we can do some feedback on that section. Just give us a second.
I want to summarize my new one on these about. So, the specifically, I see a question specifically addressing the question about how does the estate agent stay connected to the transaction, because I think that's very important
Yes,
to understand. So first of all, I think just summing up the way that we do a pre-qualification for a real estate owner, you must buy as at this stage is an impaired buyer, so a seller. So his current status is he may have judgments, he may have whatever it takes, but it doesn't matter for in our case if he has all that. Okay. So the banks are not allowed to lend him money, and I'll spend a bit of time on that specifically a bit later. But the key point is that even if he can't at this stage, we look for the future. We have a current, during, and after status. So when Marty does the consultation, she doesn't, because we already know the solution we're going to offer him. So when we offer him that specific solution, we know we're going to pay 50% of the debt. We're going to have the full rental term covered. The money's lying on trust or whatever that may be. All right. So that is already taken in consideration when Marty do the pre-qualification. So we'll never help a client that can't recover to think that he can keep his home, because we actually starting with the wrong problem, with the biggest, because that client, if he can't keep his home at the end of the day, I'm going to have a ton of very unhappy clients. Okay. So we first look at that, see that he can actually, and that's where Marty's qualification in. And what I must commend MultiNET on, they do all that work upfront, and then they only do the mortgage in approximately maybe a year's time. All right, so do all these pre-work, but we ensure that that client, when he buys back, MultiNET gets the business. And obviously, if you're an estate agent and you're involved and you brought the client, then that same situation happens. You will be connected to that transaction. You will earn your bond commission on it. And you have actually done nothing at that stage apart from bringing the client to the table. And exactly the same with our investor base. Okay, so when you bring an investor to us, we'll share a bit more on that in the Wealth Assist session. But the same principle, he's connected to you as an estate agent and that type of thing. So that will run with it. Sorry, I just wanted to clarify that a bit. Okay.
Thank you so much for that wealth of information. That's what we need. We need to know if our deals are secure. That's very important for us as agents to know that when we do give information out, that will be kept like such. And thank you so much, Marty. I appreciate it.
It's a pleasure.
Thank you so much for that.
Thank you, everyone. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Johan, thank you so much for all this information. I just want to ask you everyday questions as agents in the industry. What is the biggest pitfall that agents has when they do use a bond originator? What can they look out for?
I think from our side, it's not it's the response from the client itself. That is where the delay lies, because without the client's information and his consent, we can't do a lucid report. We can't do an assessment on his financial position. So obviously, as MultiNET, we try and assure the client that his information is safe with us. And then also, I think the client, the buyer, trusts the agent, and that's why he went to you, and that's why you brought him to us. So if we can collaborate on getting the information as quickly as possible, then everything happens very quickly. Literally, it can happen within a day. to have a bond approved if we have a good client and everybody works together.
I also think this is a place where you as an agent can actually inform your client on what is going to happen, what is needed, so that they can get their documentation ready. But by the time that you do the sale, that you've got everything on hand, you phone it off and say, listen here, here's my sale, wherever your key person is, and you do your communication correct. That is very important. And then in today's life, we've seen how technology has changed our industry. Remember how we used to have a guy driving up and down and doing
Get information.
doing information. Those days are gone. I mean, it's a WhatsApp, it's here's my OTP. Things has changed. Where do you see technology is going in the law and in conveyancing in South Africa from your point of view?
Yeah, my point of view is I think if you just have a look at ChatGPT, which is a major asset to all of us. Ask the right question and you get the right answer, and you have got 100 of the best lawyers in one room. ChatGPT. So
It's remarkable, really.
yeah, it's so remarkable. It did change our industry a lot. We can work way faster than we used to do. We're not consulting law books. We are doing fact checks. So we don't just believe what we see. You have to still do that. But I've also seen through MultiNET and through the practice that where you will get a letter that was written by ChatGPT, but the client does not have the information, doesn't ask the right questions, and gets to the wrong answer. So it's very important. So maybe we all know that where AI is taking us, but also be aware that AI is still reliant on information that is given to it to react. And I think that is important.
When you drive a situation or a topic, it favors you, not the other people, because it's a yes man. The ChatGPT is a yes man. So it tries to put you as a center point of its conversation, and it doesn't always look at the perspective or a holistic point of view. And it's so true what you say, is to ask these kind of models to actually look at facts and give you feedback, not on preference, but on actual case studies, very important, yeah. But it's amazing how that has changed our lives. And we had a transfer now in Johannesburg, 4 weeks. From signature to registration, 4 weeks. Guys, this is amazing turnaround time. Really, really, really. Yeah.
Yeah, I've seen on that, they're running programs on certain attorneys have been chosen to see if we can submit and register online. So that process is also ongoing as attorneys. I'm not so sure how exciting it is for us as conveyancers. If everything is going to be done online, we don't have to go to the deeds office, we don't have to execute, but we will still need the information that we as conveyancers know and as originators know.
Absolutely.
So yeah, so I don't think that the human factor would be taken out of consideration completely.
We as professional agents do referral work, like a doctor would refer somebody to a specialist. We do referral work to attorneys. We do referral work to conveyancing institutions where we have specific questions that need to be asked, and we don't know everything. And that's so wonderful to have a collaboration with some of the best attorneys and the best financial institutions in South Africa. So we set you up to win. We don't set you up to fail. And this is the kind of concept and the kind of collaboration that we actually grab with both hands. And I'm so thankful for your time, Johan. You've been an amazing, astute friend and colleague, and we appreciate you so much. Thank you for everything you do. We really see it. We don't always get the time to say thank you because we can't see you. You're always busy. You're always busy, and and to get hold of you, it's like
I'm always busy because of you.
Yes.
So
thank
you very much.
But thank you so much for his time. And obviously, guys, if you need any information, go to the wealth of information. These guys are there for us. In Switzerland, we get paid 4,700 Swiss francs to do an assessment, to go and have a look at a house, to do a sale in Switzerland. in other countries like that, they see our profession as a real profession where we get remunerated. And the people don't go behind your back because they understand where every sector goes. And I see that kind of situation is happening in South Africa, where the PPRA is slotting in the agents into the right places and showing the consumers that an agent can be there as a good. It's not the only guy looking after your commission, but a guy that can give you nice paralegal and financial advice and advise you to the right person to give you the information you need. So this is a wonderful information. Thank you so much for your time. Appreciate it, and we're gonna do and change this industry and keep it on its toes. Hey, thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Thanks. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
I want to tell you a quick story before I hand over to Daniel and his team. If I would tell you a story today, you're going to fall over. Imagine all the business that you lost, all the business where you couldn't do a sale. And all of a sudden, there's a new opportunity for you to actually get the client, recycle the client, change the person's economical future, and have the possibility to do a sale in the future by banking in the future for yourself with every intention you do when you speak to a client. That sounds like weird. Even if I give you the lead, I give you the person to go and do the OTP with, and I give you the commission. That doesn't work in everyday life. It's a fable. But the possibility to have that kind of workmanship and collaboration with this team is there for us. Can you imagine having that business on a daily basis? So for all the guys that has taken time to be here, I'm very thankful for that, because you are the guys that's serious about business and the guys that wants to make a difference. And these are the guys that's going to be the ones that's going to show the guys tomorrow how to do this. Thank you very much for that. So without further ado, I would like to tell you, I came across this gentleman, Daniel Ward, and his team, and their product works perfectly with us. Their product can really influence our lives on a daily basis tremendously. And this guy has got vision, and I love dealing with people with vision that can show me how I can give a better service to my client. So without further ado, Daniel, if you don't mind telling us more about your product. We're going to talk a lot. It's informal, and guys, we want you to participate. We want you to ask us any question. We want you to be part of this so that we can show you how this can be part of your dream tomorrow. Let's welcome Daniel and his team.
Only Wells, really appreciate that you set your time aside. I first want to congratulate you for making that decision, because, you know, I think the world has become such a small place that everybody, I think that they can, on their fingertips, can now get any information. Unfortunately, I think a lot of times it's great to have a chat or Claude or whatever system we use to do information. And my son is a real specialist that sits here and helps me every day to adapt to that. But I also realized that opportunity comes and things change and industries change. And I think it's very important for us when we go into an industry and we change things, how we do things. If you don't adapt to that, you have a reasonably great challenge for the future. I think when I listened to, I don't know whoever listened to, if you want to go and listen and learn a bit about, they call it exponential organizations. And that is a book that was brought out by two guys who's got what they call Singularity University. When I initially read it, I thought these guys are exaggerating, really. You know, we won't be here in 5 years when what they say is going to happen. And I see a huge divide. And I literally believe that in 2 years from today, people who are not adapting to using the technology is going to have a big problem. And that's just a note. Try to keep up with the changes. I know it's always difficult. Like Elon Musk says, by Thursday, I really get nauseous because I'm already 3 days behind. And he's a leader in the industry, so it makes it very difficult. I understand that, but try your best. So before I jump into my part of it, I just want to ask that it's important. For the guys online, there's a chat box. Make your notes because it's important. I'm gonna, unfortunately, with our timeline that we have today, I'm gonna run through things very quickly, and there may be lots of places during this presentation, which we're gonna do, where you're gonna feel, here's a question. Just note that question for these guys that's here live, and then for those online, on the chat box, it will come through to Henko, and he will then convey those questions during the time that we're going to spend. Because I think the time that we're going to spend on the questions, answers, and collaboration between us on a really informal basis, really ask the hard questions. Please, guys, that's why you're here. You don't always get the opportunity to do that. So please grab it, make those notes. Okay. Then I want to just, I just want to say thank you to you, because I think these guys must actually thank you more than me. But thank you also for the opportunity. I just want to tell you, Henko's approach to opportunity is why we're sitting here today. And I think it's not even 2 months.
No, it's not even.
Not even 2 months. Okay. So it's probably 6 weeks. Yeah. So we had a webinar specifically. We want estate agents to participate. I was looking for national firms. And by that time, he already contacted me. The other very large national firm, I begged them about for 2 weeks to just make time so that I can speak to their CEO and chat about the way forward and that type of thing. We've been in contact with them for a while. But by the time they came back to us, Henko was already the panelist and they weren't. So congratulate you for that.
You see, you can't sleep in this industry. You have to be awake.
You have to be awake. You have to be awake. So guys, make note of that, please. With any further ado, let's jump into the presentation. So I'm going to start just talking about the assist group model, because I think just to understand, we are not estate agents. Very important. We have to be registered with the PPRA. So if you see that, it's not because we're competing with you or any funny thing like that. Because a lot of people ask us, are you lending people money? How can you help people? Are you lending money to them? Who of you think we are lending money to people? Please raise your hand. All right. So we don't lend people money. Okay? And that's a key. You must never use the words when you speak to your clients, I've got a guy, he's going to lend you money. Because that's not the truth. All right. So, and I'll quickly explain that just after this. But so we basically are doing structured property transactions. So if you look at the model there, you'll see that we are talking about real estate assist, and we're talking about wealth assist. Why do we have the two? The one focus on the real estate owner and the one focus on the real estate investor. We used to have one line which we worked under, but then you get real estate investors who get confused and the real estate owners who get confused with each other. So we started doing the branding differently. Turning point, I'm not going to talk about right now. I'll talk about a bit later in the wealth assist side. But the key here is looking at what are we doing. We provide structured real estate solutions to real estate owners to either recover and keep their homes, okay, or unlock equity for specific reasons that they currently need to unlock, and they can't use the financial institution to do so because of their impaired status. And if we go and look at that, this is what today's session will literally be about, is about that, the first session. Okay. So if we go to the bit of our software kind of approach, Exponetic, you'll hear the name a bit more in the future. We are currently, what we're doing at the moment is we're doing a software program where the estate agent can link, can have all his access to the products, to what we do, how we do it, and fill in very easily into a system. Because what we do, and I think what your firm is really showing me as well that they are doing, they understand the thing about collaboration in the industry with specific, already existing professionals. Now, that's one thing that we do. We focus on using the experts in the field. If who's the best person to sell a house? It's the estate agent. We're not becoming estate agents. We're not interested in that. We do what we call sales facilitation. So I do get a lot of stock, but I give it to the estate agent to sell. We don't sell houses. So that's just how simple it is. Okay. So then you'll see there, you talk about estate agencies, you talk bond originators, all those guys are playing a role. We're working on a national basis, currently for more than 13 years. We collaborate with different estate agencies in different areas, and obviously now with the connection that we have here, obviously we'll support the agents nationally for those who's online and that type of thing. We're going to start giving our stock to you as well. And that is not your stock, that's what you bring to me. I'm talking about the stock that we get, and we are going to help and provide you a stock. Okay. And then obviously the attorneys in the different spaces.
If you just give me a moment, we've just started about 6 weeks with them, and already we've done seven deals already by referral, even before our documentations were even fresh on the table. So it's definitely that the group wants to assist us as agents to make us successful, and I can testify for that from Marjorie's side. So I do want to just to come in there and say it's definitely already starting at the moment. Yeah.
Good. So if we then jump into the real key point here, why estate agencies or residential impaired market? I'm going to share a bit about that. This slide, you must please remember, and it's in your book. Please keep those stats because this will really empower you. Okay. So if you look at those stats, why estate agencies cannot afford not to adapt to the current changes. So if you look at, first I'm going to start with the columns on the right and the schedule on the right, where it speaks about total residential mortgages, 30 to 90 days in arrears, talking about 90 days or more in arrears. Okay, 90, and that's just the residential properties, 92.1 billion rands worth of mortgages. That's 3 months or more in arrears. Just that's 99,000 houses which mortgages is in arrears. That's a lot of properties that's in arrears. Okay. Yeah, and that's at an average of about 927,000 mortgage. Gives you a 7.3% arrear rate in the existing mortgage market. That's excluding potential deals where people want to unlock equity, that type of thing. It's not even included in that. And then if we look on the left column, 42.9% of our credit consumers in this country can't apply for a mortgage right now and qualify. But there's a lot of them that has actually been put in a position where if you help them through it and you get it right, and I'll touch on that now, how that is going to affect your future as an estate agent. If I ask you guys today, who of you have sold a house over the last 12 months to a person who doesn't qualify for a mortgage? Anybody? Okay, but there's 450,000 buyers out there.
Unbelievable.
That can buy tomorrow. And whose credit score we can rectify. And they can take transfer in a year or two's time.
What a big market that we've just lost out on, hey?
Exactly.
It's unbelievable.
Exactly.
But if I look at the percentage you're talking there, how many movement then? We'll get those figures quickly.
You must write your questions now.
What I wanted to say to you, if you look at the 7.3% there, That makes around about a 1 to a 1.2% on our GDP in South Africa. This is very serious figures, guys, because this influences our pocket on a daily basis. We don't
Well,
actually realize.
If you jump to the if we jump to the next slide, you'll see actually.
I'm going to have a scrick.
No,
Okay,
no, no.
that's great.
This
Next slide.
just give you the facts.
That's unbelievable.
The best available current estimate in South Africa that we have, and you guys with Claude and all these other things can also go and check that stats, and you'll probably get the same stats. And you'll see that 1 out of every 4 properties in current residential sales in South Africa is due to financially pressured sales.
It's so true. I go to a client, the third, the fourth client, I can't sell their house. I lost that sale, and I can make that sale. This is amazing.
Yeah, and then we have, as we said, we spoke about 7.3% of those, and a lot of those are still clinging to their houses. And guys, I don't know if any of you work on the mandated sales of the banks. We all know a lot of those offers, you take offers to them, and they don't want to accept that offer. Okay? Why? Why are they doing that? They're trying to buy time to save their house because they actually don't want to sell it. They just are forced to sell it. Okay? And if somebody don't tell them properly what is good for you and what's not good for you, and here's a big thing which we realized in the industry. When I get to people and I ask Mr. Joe Soap, listen, do you want to sell the house? No, I don't want to. Okay? If you go to him and say, I'm Mr. Estate Agent, can I help you to sell your house? He sees that the estate agent is not objective. And that is not always true. But they think so. They think you're just there to sell their house. But when I come to him, I'm come to him as an objective party. I've got nothing to gain. I'm not making commission out of a sale because I'm not an estate agent. So I go to him and say, Mr. Joseph, listen, let me look at your whole situation. Can you actually recover? Can you keep your home? Is it the best thing financially for you to do that? Okay? And if that is not the case, I'll tell him straight, here's the figures if you keep your home. And this is where it's going to become a disaster. And this side, if you have to sell it now. But let's make the best of that. Let's fix that property for you. Let's stop the guys who's on your back of harassing you. And we give it back to the estate agent to sell, but we give it back to them in a proper condition, making sure that it's well priced, because you can't tell him his house is, he doesn't want that. I know that. There's a Pam Golding trained the people, we all know that, to get the highest valuation. And then when the offer comes 2 weeks later, yeah, but the market have changed. You know, does it really change in 2 weeks? No, it doesn't. But they use the methods. Okay. So we come there and we're very honest and say, there's no motivation for me to work on a house which is not correctly priced. So I give it back to the agent at a price which I know is sellable, and I know that the maintenance and the things are fixed so that the guy can get the maximum out of that property. And that is what we are about with that. Okay. Then if we go to the next one, slide there, you can see there, the statistics show currently that those buyers market that we talked about, that is a buyer's market. How will does the estate agent really want to work? And let's be just very frank about it. The way you are doing business, it's hard work, but it's not difficult. You don't have to get into all these nitty-gritty background stuff. I'm literally, and this sounds very funny because we always speak about that, but when I'm finished with a client, I nearly know the color of his underpants, because that's how much information I require to actually make a sound decision and saying, this is your current debt, this is that. And you don't want to do that work. We all know that, okay? Because that's not your job to sell a house and now understand, oh, gee whiz, this guy's so far in arrears. We still have to now go to a bank, do a bank offer. And the first thing Johan said to me was, when one of those offers come onto the table, we hate it because it's a lot of more work than normal. I don't. This is not abnormal for us. This is what we do every single day. And it's part of what our solutions is for clients. So we do it in any way. Okay. So it's not for us more work or whatever to do that. All right. So, and that's why we're here, to partner with you, enable you to start helping clients who wants to buy a house but can't. All right. With our sister-owned product and things that we'll chat about, and about Henny will share a bit about that now. Then offering solutions that disrupt the industry. We're quickly going to touch on that. The first offer as I said, and this is maybe a very important part of the discussion. What happens with a bank when a client comes in and he starts running in arrears? What is his options? What's the client's options? I don't know if any of you know, but here's the thing. There's something like the National Credit Act. If you're in arrears, nobody in this country are allowed to lend you money, okay, when you're in trouble, because it's reckless lending, okay? And that's why we don't do lending, all right? So it is always a structured property transaction. So what do? The banks came and said, okay, first of all, I can help the client to restructure his whole thing. They are allowed to, because it's his client. Okay, so they can restructure it so it works better, or go to a mandated sale or whatever that may be. But the first time that he doesn't keep to that deal, the bank stops following that and they immediately put it, and they start driving the sale and execution. Now, from there, from the time that he runs in arrears up till the date of the sale and execution, there's not a solution for that owner apart from selling his house. That's just the simplicity of it, okay? And a lot of them, somehow, I don't know, it's a question that I don't have to answer after 40 years in the distressed industry, okay? That why would the guy wait till the last week before the sale and execution to realize, okay, I've got a problem, right? And I still can't work it out. And then they'll come to us and say, okay, can you help, you know? So that type of thing is very important for you to make sure that when you're in that position and you get to that client, you know, I say these days, if I was an estate agent, there's 3 things that I will ask before I start working on a property. Give me your municipal bill, give me your levy bill, give me your bond statement. And I know for a fact what's going to be the situation, okay? Because if he's in arrears already, maybe he owes more than what his current value of his property is, all those type of things. Now, the great news I've got for you is we help those guys. We can help people that is actually owes more than what their properties are worth, because we do it on a basis that we do bank offers and all kinds of things, type of products that we do there. So the first thing is we go do a summary of the client's situation. After we've done the summary, we give the client, up to that, no cost to the client, all right? So we give him a document which we call as a deal solution presentation. That deal solution presentation will then show the client exactly what his cost will be, how much we can do for what we can do for him out of this transaction, how it's going to work. He makes a decision after that, and he signs a mandate with us, a mandate to facilitate this whole project with him, either keeping his home or selling his home if he'd have to. Okay. Now, I don't have to tell you, when you help somebody or you unlock equity, let's use the right terminology for somebody. If I help you, are you going to ask me which estate agent I'm going to appoint?
I don't care, as long as you help me.
Okay,
You can appoint anybody.
The point is, we first of all, the person who referred that client, we make sure that we give him the sole agency for at least 2 months with a correctly priced property. And if you're actually a good agent, you should sell it in those 2 months, because that's the average timeline at the moment nationally. So those type of things is very important that we do for him upfront and give him all that information to make sound decisions. Then secondly, recreating the world through real estate, his world through real estate, through his own property. So he's actually bringing his own solution through the property that he has. And that's why we can help him in that case. And obviously, we'll talk about the different options, but there's only actually 3 options here. Okay. One is the bank helps you to restructure your transaction. You stay a bit longer in your house. If something bad happens, then obviously it needs to be sold on. The second thing is we can help you to do a transaction, what we call our buy and lease backs, where the client can stay in the home, keep his own home, that type of thing. The third one that there is the one that he can't recover. And he can't keep the home now. And it's not the right thing for him to do. Then we'll advise him as such, and then we'll appoint the agent to continue selling the property. But we'll first probably fix it, address certain financial needs or things that may be have a challenge with at the moment. So here at turning unacceptable industry standards. Now, unfortunately, and I know for an estate agent it's a challenge. And here I want to just play a bit of a moral conscience thing. Okay. I have come into this industry by going to sale and executions. I moved down to Cape Town from Gauteng, and at the time when interest rates rise from 11% to 24% over a 3-year, 4-year period, sales and executions rise from 20 or in the whole Western Cape in a month to literally hundreds in that time. And I was start buying these properties on sale and execution. And I found when I sat there with people, their lives fall apart. Okay. Everything around them, when the financial pressure come, it's divorces, it's various things that happen in that time. And that's where I realized, listen, there must be a better way. You know, I justified it for about 3 years, buying those properties, because if I don't buy them, the next guy is going to buy them. You know, it's very simple. But that's not true. You can come up with better solutions. And this is what we did as Real Estate Assist. We came up with solutions that stop the legal action and auctions and all those type of things. And we don't misuse people's misfortune to enrich ourselves or our investors. That's the key. It needs to be a win-win for everybody. And therefore, I think we would like the people that we participate with to do the same. Then just through the process, we obviously have a whole governance process. So we're appointed as a consultant only, all right? And in that consultant process, we govern the whole process from the day that the transaction, because now we've got a private buyer, not always, sometimes institutional, but if it's a private buyer, we want to make sure that that guy doesn't also misuse the situation. So there's specific things in our agreements which protect the real estate owner. There's specific things that protect the real estate. For instance, a simple thing, which Johan will speak about, can talk about from an attorney's perspective. We register what we call a first right of refusal over the title for the real estate owner. So the investor can't just sell a house if the client's not in default and all these kind of things. So it's a well worked through system. It works for 13 years. It's been proven, and therefore we can assist people in that basis until their credit score are sorted and can either buy back, or if it's a on-sale transaction, then we can deal with that. So yeah, and then we've touched on the assist to own product slightly. It's by the other alternative, what you would probably, the words that you will understand better is a rent to buy. Okay. So those rent to buy buyers, that type of thing, we are currently in the process with those type of transactions, where we actually deal with a lot of that. And we believe that it's going to be a large market for you in the future. Okay. Bring those buyers to the table. We're going to provide the stock for those buyers who can actually rent, take transfer within a year or two when we've sorted out their credit score. It's a massive market, and it's going to be a very large part of your future. That I can definitely tell you. Okay, so now I'm going to hand over to my dear friend Henny Esterhuizen. Now, Henny, to just give you a bit of background, as one of the few guys that I've met that's got a probably as strong a passion for me to help people. Henny is the one who heads up on the pre-solution side. So every transaction that comes in, they got a team of guys there. They sit together, review those transactions daily. We get literally about somewhere between 300 and 500 potential real estate owners that contact us monthly. Then they are the team that turns them into business. Either they want to sell. That's why you'll get stock from us. That's one of the reasons for that. So we advertise, apart from what estate agents bring us, or in actual fact, we currently are not even relying on any estate agency in the country at the moment to do that for us. So you are actually the first. All right. So all the current leads we get ourselves, and we turn them into transactions. And if they can't be helped, it runs over to what we call on-sale transactions, which means that's where the estate agent is going to get the stock from us again. Okay. Good stuff. So with no further ado, Mr. Henny Esterhuizen, there you go.
Hi, good morning, all the guys and girls there, all the attendees. As you heard, my name is Henny Esterhuizen, and I'm responsible for the flow of all operational activities at the SIS Group. It's a very heavy job, so you must think of me. It's very chilly out there. It's very chilly in Cape Town today, but I guess it's not so cold as there in the Free State. I used to grow up there in Western Transvaal. I remember when it's cold, the water pipes freezed. I called, Daddy, in the water, what's happening? So later on, yeah, AI came in, and then we progressed to Cape Town. So that's why I'm here. It's not happening here. So yes, I'm going to take you through our various products just to bring you a little bit closer, the products a little bit closer to you. I'm not going to take you through every technical detail of every and every calculation. If so, we will sit here till late night, and I guess some of you still want to braai tonight. So my goal is simply to give you a practical overview of the various property solutions available, explain who they are suitable for, and show you how they can help clients overcome financial challenges. So solutions and products. These products are solutions are available for Assist Group's real estate owners. We subdivide the products into 3 categories to make it more understandable. We offer bank solutions, buy and lease back products, and on-sale solutions. So when we look at the pre-legal estate owner's guide and the solutions with our guidance, during this process, we will find out what the status of the real estate owner is and what they have already done for help. Did they approach a bank or various banks? Have they got answers? Was there any help offered? We all know that how the sorry word can sound. No? Sorry, sir, we can't help you. So it's disappointed and it's not going well after you heard that over and over again. A real estate owner who is running in arrears has already received warning letters. Summons from creditors and legal actions has probably already been taken against them. They are running the risk of losing their homes or assets or sales in execution or auction and risk of potential sequestration. We are stopping these actions for auctions with the banks on behalf of the real estate owner, or we guide them to relate to the various options and solutions which bank offers. Everybody don't always knows exactly what the bank offers. There's various options, and we guide them through that because we want them to have a solution. And sometimes the bank maybe they just can't communicate with the bank well or so. So we take them through those processes and help them to connect and find solutions. With our quick unlock equity process, we assist real estate owners who are in need and who want to address their financial needs, to consolidate short-term debts, for capital growth for their business, and many other reasons. I recall one client wanted quick equity for their son's 16th birthday, and she demanded that Friday. Yeah.
True.
Well, we try. Can you believe it? I tried to help her, but it wasn't possible in that case. Sometimes they also demand unrealistic requests, but yes, we try our utmost best. So you must also remember these REOs cannot qualify through a financial institution. We can assist them while the process is on and they are staying in the comfort of their homes. That's what make our products unique. While this whole process is going on, they stay in their homes. And we take away their burden and their problem, and we give them some space. With both our buyback and leaseback and on-sale solutions, they can stay in their houses while we're going on with the process. Turning Point Property Group provides discountings while transactions are in process, and importantly, the suspensive conditions must be met. It is a property transaction, and there is some papers that needs to be signed, or approvals to get, or guarantees to be issued. You know all that stuff. Your agents, you know what's going on. So let's, if we keep our home solutions and buying back leaseback options includes products such as recoveries for sale by owners and restarts. These are very popular with real estate owners, as we find that almost every real estate owner at the beginning of their application wants to keep their home. First thing they tell you, sir, I want to keep my home. And that's a good thing. And then we at least know we can put a fight up for them because they want to keep their home. So real estate owners who find themselves running in arrears, mortgage bonds behind, receiving letters of demand, summons, anymore, and in some cases the banks already starts with actions for sale and execution. These products simply means your shoulders are hanging, you are sweaty and tired, your marriage are under pressure. That's a big one. And all what we do, we take your application, we TLC you, we clean you up, we get you respectable again, we hand you over to MultiNET, Marty gets you approved, and you are happy and financially healthy again. Just yesterday, I overheard Marty, she sat across me in the passage, and she calling one of my clients. I actually almost forgot about the client. It was about 2 years ago. And she called him to notify them that they are approved and that they can buy their property back now. What a reward for us when at the end a real estate owner got bond approved. That brings us back every day for more and more. That's a feeling to have. Our on-sale solutions. I believe all estate agents are well aware of the needs for improvements before selling. Just to hear the real estate owner does not have funds, now you must improvise, because you want to meet with the real estate owner's expectations, or your reputation as a professional with a good track record is on stake, or an upcoming youngster who wants to prove a point and to make his or her first sale. So with our on-sale products, improve to sell, breeders, bank offers, and assist quick sales, we unlock equity to provide for those improvements before going to the market, or to address critical debts, or to be paid or paying their mortgage arrears, covering all these while in selling process. Improvement means possible higher selling price. And if I say that, every agent are interested, because it means more proceeds and faster selling. Yep. That's going to be very important, because once the guy steps in and he looks around, everything must be. We also tell the clients, listen, move your furniture, take everything off that shelf. We don't want to see all the small ornaments. Keep it clean and tidy so that the client can just quickly look at it and don't find too many problems, because we already do some improvements which help to sell. And I also believe that that all of you would like to hear that more proceeds. Né? You must remember to share. Our assist to own, last but not least, our assist to own product. I want to remember you to remember this, baby. This one is got the potential to become our flagship product. Think about the upcoming middle class who are used to hear that no sorry, sir, we can't help your message. If we can clean them up through the recovery program, restore their credit score, it will take about between 1 and 3 years. Thousands will be able to buy their first home. So to qualify for this product, they must have a permanent employment, sustainable, consistent monthly income, or completed up-to-date business financial statements. But many people will be able to apply because we can clean them up. So molding unique solutions are a skill of our real estate owner team. We are not going to expect from our power partners and our ambassadors to know it all. Our new business development team specialize in the development of unique property-based solutions in line with current real estate trends. So you're not going to have to take this on by yourself. We will feed you whatever you need to know, and then our specialized team will do the rest. So let's hand over to the media team for a short video clip with some practical examples, and I trust that it will give you a better understanding to what I have explained now. And after that, Daniel will take over to explain the benefits of the ambassadors and the power partners.
Thanks, Henny. Yes, I just wanna say, so those that he used the examples of is our typical daily type of thing. And as he mentioned, but each person's situation is different. Every person have a different kind of situation. The one guy's situation is he's got these huge medical bills due to his child that was sick or whatever that may be. Other people just purely bad financial administration, things like that. And I think for us, what is the key is we have this, if I can call it the vanilla line of solutions that mostly address most people's options. And then you have a bit of a unique part of it, which is more clients that needs, I'll use an example. We helped somebody in Bloemfontein specifically. They were already sequestration. They were in the process of sequestration. We took those people out of sequestration before the final sequestration took place. We sold the necessary properties, negotiated with the banks, wrote off a lot of stuff. The client kept his actual fact is not only his home, but also his factory that was here and that type of thing. So that is the exciting stuff that you do, And out of that, we did sell 2 properties because 2 of them had to be sold to address certain needs. And that's why I'm saying, but the key goes about what is good for this client? What is the best thing for him at this stage to make that decision? And I think that's very important. So the video that you're going to watch is a video about a specific client. And just to give you an idea more, because most people's question is always, how can you help somebody that's really in trouble? How can you actually, how can an investor, if you want to put it in another way, invest in an opportunity where the guy's already in trouble? That's the first question we get at Wealth Assist, all right? Well, you'll see here, I actually sat with this bank, head office, with their whole team, and I brought them the case, and I said, let's help this client. And they said, their words to me was, sorry, man, he's already over the cliff. There's nothing we can do for him. That guy bought his house back 2 years ago, 2 years after that happened. All right. And I showed the bank and I said, this is it,
When I started this morning, I said to you there's perception difference. When I showed you the perception difference, when you can see the goal and the goal, that is the difference. And I just want to say thank you, Henny, for all the way from Cape Town to be here with us today and giving us a bit of information here. Thank you so much for that. And just to conclude what Donnie just said, He got me when he said, what happens if I go to a client and he says his house is about to be sold on Tuesday, and I go, how about I try to help you save your house? How many agents goes out and tell you, can I help you save your house, sir? That's a different sale. And that can also be a commission.
Yeah.
We've spoken to...
Just want to add to that one. You know, when I started off in this business, our lead sources was sale and execution, government gazette. So 2 weeks before the auction, we called the client. And the first response in the old days was, listen, you are the 12th guy that called me today. All right? So please, you know, what are you going to, you know, I said, if anybody asked you today, if you want to keep your house, no, sir, when can you see me? And I tell you today, if you're an estate agent and you change your attitude and it doesn't all go about just the sale, you 10 to 1, if he can't recover, going to get it back as a sale and as a sole mandate from our side with proper commission, without splitting, you know, all those type of things. But the key is, are you asking what does the client's need? And if you actually say, have anybody asked you to, do you actually want to keep your house? So let's check if it's possible. We've got a company that we partner with. They can walk this road with you. And if you can't, then in that case, we will chat again. But if we can, this is an alternative. And you still get commission for that. And you get a huge, great reputation for that. Okay, so I think that's the amazing part.
What does assistance from Assist Group look like in real life? Collectively, we create value by assisting banks, other short-term lending institutions, and their clients in monetizing impaired financial assets. This is a real-world scenario showing the impact on people in distress. The homeowners were married in community of property, and the husband was responsible for paying the bond. The business operated by the husband was no longer profitable due to COVID-19, and they fell into arrears with their mortgage bond payments, municipal rates, taxes, and service charges. Critical maintenance was required to prevent damage to the property. The homeowner used large amounts of unsecured short-term debt to try to address the challenges in the business and settle the arrears. The mortgage bondholder obtained judgment with a sale and execution scheduled within 60 days. This created a serious threat to the family's social fabric. They needed time to rehabilitate their credit status and re-enter the mortgage market again. The husband needed time to secure stable and consistent income from the business while retaining occupancy of the property. So, what is the potential outcome without the assistance of the Assist Group solution? The bank may sell their house at auction, settle the bond, recover legal costs, auction fees, and outstanding balances, leaving the family without a home and still in debt to the bank and other creditors. The family could be left in a state of disaster. The wife and children may then need to move back in with her parents, and the financial distress could place severe pressure on the marriage. The husband's emotional state could also be affected, leading to deep discouragement, anxiety, and depression. In most cases, the family's social fabric is completely broken down. This is the outcome for the real estate owner with the Assist Group solution. The home was sold to the investor at less than market value to settle the existing mortgage, and additional equity was unlocked to settle the short-term debt at discounted settlement amounts. We repaired the critical maintenance, which added value to the property. With assistance from Assist Group, we were able to stop the scheduled auction, which could have sold the property at a fraction of its real value. They entered into a rental agreement with an option linked to the lease, allowing them to retain occupancy of the property. This also provided time for the business to recover, while giving the family peace of mind and a stable environment. The Financial Courage program assisted the owner to recover, repair his credit status, and repurchase his home at a discounted value using normal mortgage finance from an institution again. This is the summary of the results through Assist Group. The sale and execution was averted after the sale to an investor. The arrear rates and debt were settled from the proceeds unlocked after transfer to the investor. The rental agreement and option fees were paid for the full period of the transaction. The option linked to the lease was exercised by the owner to purchase the property at a discounted value, providing a stable environment for recovery. We then paid the predetermined contractual returns to the investor. What did it look like in monetary terms before and after? In 2020, the owner's real estate market value was R1,650,000, and their bond was 510,000 Rand. The maintenance cost was 79,000 Rand, arrear rates and taxes were 59,000 Rand, and their short-term debt was 550,000 Rand. With monthly expenses of around 87,000 Rand per month and monthly net income of 56,800 Rand per month, the homeowners were left with a net shortfall of 30,200 Rand per month. After Assist Group intervened and one of our impact investors purchased the real estate for 1.1 million Rand, the owners were able to settle all their short-term unsecured debt. Additionally, the homeowners were able to improve their credit score through our Financial Courage program. The market value of the real estate increased to 1.9 million Rand and the mortgage bond increased to 1.2 million Rand. During the recovery period, the owner's monthly expenses decreased to 12,000 Rand, while income remained steady at 56,800 Rand per month. This allowed the owners to recover, as they now had net income of 17,900 Rand per month. Improvements to the property also enabled the owners to benefit from better security. So, how much did the assistance cost this homeowner? When the distressed homeowners approached Assist Group, their total net equity would have been just over 530,000 Rand, while they were losing 30,200 Rand per month. Selling under duress threatened to lead to the loss of their property and the proceeds thereof, as well as the complete breakdown of their family's social fabric. Fortunately, we had a solution for them, and their net equity grew to more than 630,000 Rand, with their net income improving to over 17,000 Rand. While the homeowners were able to recover, the investor enjoyed an 18% return on investment per annum, at only 67% exposure to market value, including all costs. In the end, the real estate owner was able to recover, retain their home, and improve their family's social fabric. As a result of this process, the homeowners effectively incurred no cost due to the capital growth in their property.
Right, so that is a very good example. So that when you saw the 32,000 minus on the left-hand side, that's when most people say that client can't be assisted. And it's not true. He can be assisted, or they can be assisted. It's just how you structure the deal. Now, I don't want to go back to those figures and things, but when the investor bought it for 1.1 million, we, on the end of the day, ended up with making offers to the 550,000. We got something like 37% discount on all the debts. All those type of things are part of this process. We've got various power partners in our business. One is our leads hub, where when you give a lead, they contact the client, they complete all the basic information. Then we take them to the pre-solution team. They do their part, what they have to do. Then we hand them over after the deal is done to one of our debt buddies. They call debt buddy. They obviously do debt review as well as a last resort, but their whole motivation is, no, we don't do debt review. They take the client from that stage, negotiate the debt, get the discounted debt, then facilitate that to a monthly review of the client's credit status, making sure that their credit score is increasing every month, all those type of things, until the day that they can buy back, hand them back to Marty. Marty do the pre-qual, buy back the property on the end of the day. So that gives you an idea of the process.
Absolute win-win, eh? Absolute win-win, yeah.
Exactly.
Wonderful example. Thank you so much for that.
Great. Ek wil nou net gou kyk, ons is nou 12 uur. I think the most important part probably for you comes now. So let's jump into what is the benefit for you as the ambassador and our power partner. Okay. So first of all, if I speak about ambassador and power partner, secure sole mandates. Okay. So any lead that you give us, we know you don't want to sit with that distressed owner. You hand him over, you give the lead over to us, you stay connected to him as the ambassador. So most of the communication which we send to him, we will include you, okay? Purely for you knowing where the process is and where it's going and that type of thing. But very important is when we get that lead and we finished with the client, and for whatever reason, he have to still sell his property. Then in that case, that mandate will be given to you as a sole mandate. All right. So where you previously may have a joint mandate with somebody else, or the owner wanted to do that, the fact that we help him, we say to him, this is the agency that we propose to sell it, and we will only add additional agents if they haven't sold it in 2 months. If it's correctly priced, we all trust that it should be sold by them. And if not, we'll add 2 other agents as on the joint mandate, and you will still be part of that mandate to sell that property until it's sold. Okay, so that's number one. Number two is when, as I previously mentioned, we will never participate in a sale because we get an administration fee. Okay, so we can't afford to, and we say that very clearly to the real estate owner, we can't afford to actually spend time and actually do this or that, and you want to put your, we had a situation now. We've got a client who needs the help desperately, but he wants to put the property in the market for 13.5 million. He actually had it in the market for, I think, more than a year already. Didn't sell it. We know the market, the price is 11 million. And we said to him, phone us when you're ready. If you are prepared to put your property in the market for the right price, we give you the money tomorrow. No problem. But not before that. So that makes people think twice. And not just giving you a mandate as an estate agent, and now you're running with that house for how long, and that type of thing. So we try to avoid that. So we want a correctly priced property. Sellable condition. Can I ask a question? How many of you have got current listings where the client don't have the money, but the house is not in a really sellable condition? Please raise your hand.
Sure.
Right, so we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 deals here, guys. Just write the agent's names down. So the point is, we can help those clients. We do what we call a JV sale with them, or improve to sell. So we'll do a deal with them. We'll provide the funds to fix that house, maximize his return. Obviously, it must make sense. Now, there's 2 types of properties, and you know it better than me. You got the one that have to be fixed just to sell. And then you got the one that is actually going to sell for more because you spend 50 or 100,000, you're going to get 500,000 more. Okay. And that's the idea. The idea is we want the ones that you at least spend 100 on and get 300,000 more. The goal. Our investor, so return on that is, call it 20%. Okay. On that 100,000. So just 20,000 rand to get an additional 100 or 200,000 rand, and you as an estate agent get a higher commission because it's a higher selling price. It's a simple sum. Okay. Then obviously additional stock, as I already mentioned. We advertise, we get those properties, and a huge part of the people that apply to keep their homes can't keep their homes. What are we doing with them? We're selling them. We propose to the client, let's sell it. Okay. And in that case, who will we appoint? The agents that supports us. It's logical. So if we have a contract with Pelser Group nationally, we will approach them first. Okay. There is a bit of work there as well. We'll chat about that now. That comes from your side. So when you refer a person, you get a procurement fee. And what I understand, and I don't know if that's correct, but the agent earns it. Yeah. Is that correct? Yeah, that's correct. Okay. So I must tell you, there's not a lot of agencies in this country that will do that for you. Okay? That gives you that full fee, that referral fee. It doesn't even get split.
We keep with the 90-10 split in Pelser, and we will always empower the agent. There's nobody that gets extra money on the side.
Exactly.
So whatever you write is your money. Nobody is going to interfere with a cent of your money.
So there's a procurement fee. The brand improvement, I don't even have to talk about, but I can use a very, very good example. There was one specific estate agent in Close River in Cape Town, and she worked for Remax at that stage. And she just brought these clients to us, okay? Literally 3, 4 in a month, okay? And in literally about 6 months, even the other estate agents, when they had people that's in trouble, started referring. Yeah. Because they hear that she helps the owner. Okay, so that brand that's what you want to build. That's the brand you want to build. Who are they going to phone when they want to sell their house one day? now that they've got it back and everything, and now want to maybe scale down a bit, you were the guy that helped them. That's what it's about. Okay.
I always say if I've got a client that's got my number on their phone book and I'm not financially improving their life, I ask the client to please delete my number because I'm not being a value to that
That's a
client.
good one.
So that's something
Yeah.
people thought of, food for thought there. Hey,
Yep, definitely. So then early payment of commissions. So our transactions work like this. As soon as the suspensive conditions are met, normally the fees get paid. All right. Except in cases where there's 100% mortgage from the investor, then there's actually no cash. Then you can discount like you do with bridging with like anybody else, but preferably with those transactions, as soon as the suspensive conditions are met, about 7 to 10 days after that, you'll receive your payment or your referral fee.
so your commission comes much faster.
Yes,
That is amazing.
exactly.
You don't have
Yeah.
to wait for registration or anything.
Yeah.
Wow.
Okay.
That
So-
makes sense.
Then financial benefits, obviously our referral fee is normally 1%. The resale, on sale, obviously we mentioned. So don't see it as your referral is only the 1%. See it as I get a referral and then I, in most cases, may even get the sale and the sole mandate with it.
Yeah.
And that's what makes it a win-win.
Yeah.
Okay. So, and then that's additional to the stock that we're going to send you in anyway, which you're not working for at all. All right. So I think that sums up.
You should have been here 2 or 3 years ago.
I know, man.
You know.
I know that. I also wish, but I just want to.
You didn't know me. You didn't know me then.
I'm going to conclude this one because we need to get into this interaction
next-
time.
yeah.
We're asking the questions and all those type of things. I think it's very important. But what we're going to expect of you is a different thing. So I'm going to start with the real estate owner power partner functions. And the first one is in every area, when we have an on-sale product that we spoke about, there's various of them. So any person who don't qualify to buy back, and we're now starting to sell that property. What is the first thing that you do in a normal house? You do an assessment.
Assessment,
Right?
evaluation.
What are we going to sell for? Don't use the word
Yeah,
valuation.
very bad.
No more.
Yeah.
So
Don't
it's a
evaluate.
strange thing there.
Assess it.
Yeah. So assess it. Okay. So we use the specialists in the area. So we will ask you before we sell the house, just like the owner, but we are now acting as the owner. We're going to appoint you. We're going to let you know, guys, we need an assessment on this property. This is the time. Book a thing, go and view it. We've got a standard format which we do that on. Okay.
Very,
you
very
gotta-
user-friendly, what I can say.
Yes, definitely.
Very systematically, it really guides you through the whole process of doing evaluation, or let me
Yeah.
say, the determination of property value.
Yes.
So
100%.
once we've done a property evaluation, it's very, very systematically, it's very easy to follow, and you just submit it back,
Yeah.
and it just starts happening.
Exactly.
The magic runs from there.
So we will then, it will more or less focus on what do you think we should list at with this property. The key is before and after maintenance. That will already tell me, should it be improved to sell or not? Because if you say, this is the list of stuff that needs to be done, but we can sell it for 500,000 more, and it's going to cost 100,000 rand. We make the decision to do that. All right. So those type of things are very important when we get your input. And this is now on stock, which you haven't done anything on. You only do the assessment, and then you get your appointment. Okay. So that, and if we jump to the next slide, you'll see there what I spoke about already, joint mandates, sole mandate if you send the lead through. Sole mandates. In some situations, a certain type of property also require a sole mandate. And then normally we will appoint those agents that we are comfortable with, that we got long-term standing relationships, that type of thing. Okay. All right, what's the benefits? Increased proceeds, quicker sales due to conditions of the property. If impaired status, we stop legal action auction, quicker sale with a correct listing price, and then very important, what's happening for the owner, minimize potential loss of proceeds, help the real estate owners in distress to either keep their homes or sell it and maximize their their proceeds. And that is where we stop for now and have a bit of real interaction and very difficult questions. Thank you. And if I can ask, if you have questions, you probably received the question on your phone.
I'm going to get it right now.
Just check. And
Then
then secondly,
just bring the microphone for a second.
and then just important as well is state if you want Henny to answer, or if you prefer that guy to answer, or next guy to answer. So, and put him on the spot as well. Thank you.
Guys, I just want to give you a bit of an example that got me to get to these guys. Is I had a client that fell down the big building here in Bloemfontein. I don't want to say any words to incriminate myself, but a lady that worked for 23 years fell down the stairs of one of the big government buildings here in Bloemfontein. She broke her hip going to work, and the medical expenses for her hip replacement was 380,000 rand. She was a single mother, divorced, got 3 children, and now she had to sell her house that they had here in Fichlat Park so that she can actually pay her medical bills, because she already started getting judgments and all these calls being in recovery, not even being working. So this is something that happens now real day life. So this woman is on the moment of losing a property. And when I heard this man's golden words, is, before we lose that house, can we save it? That was my cry for help, because as an agent, I also want to see what I can do to help that client. I helped that one client. I most probably got about 20 leads and other sales from that one client I have helped, because I've done it with soul and purpose. It's not just about making money, it's making a good service and doing something that's different in the industry. So for me, as an estate agent, this was my call. And I know we sit with that. We all sit with that gold on a daily basis. And thank you so much for this product. We really, really need this so badly. And we're going to do the question thing now. If you guys have any questions, please come and ask us any questions. Let's see what we can do to help you and to give you the information you need. Anyone that has got a question? There's a hand there.
Can I ask a favor? Sorry, guys. Can we maybe jump onto the online questions first?
Sure. That is not a problem.
Because you guys are here.
Yeah, it's not a problem. There's no online.
No questions.
At this moment.
Wow.
So we've clarified everything. So that's amazing, eh? We've got a question there in the back.
Can you come to me if you don't mind? Yeah, just so that we can.
So the question is, can we help a client that hasn't got a property, that wants a property, or has got bad debt?
Yes.
Am I understanding you right?
Yeah.
So
you're talking actually about the assist to own client.
Yeah.
That's what you're talking about. So that's that one product that we mentioned. Okay. So we first have to look at those clients, see what their recoverability are. Okay. So if the client can recover, how long it's going to take them to recover
before they can buy.
Because if they go into a transaction, they go into what we call an assist to own transaction. So they're going to rent with a purpose to take transfer in a certain period of time. That's our assist to own product. I will chat with you afterwards how we can do that and where they specifically want, because it also, that's a very important thing, is if you are not buying some of the stock that we buying. So I can tell you in Bloemfontein, fortunately, we're very close to one of the our institutional investors own a piece of land here in Bloemfontein. They are busy with the development there. And a large part of that is actually going to be, a percentage of that's going to be assist to own stock.
Yeah.
And that will be a brilliant opportunity for you guys who's got those kind of buyers that can't qualify right now, but we can help them. But we're first going to do a pre-qual. Can they actually recover in about a year or two's time? Okay. And if they can, then in that case, they'll be put in the program. They will be able to rent that property, but own it in a period of time. Is that answering your
Does
question?
this answer your question, sir?
Yeah. All right. Thank you.
No, can't do it at seized properties.
Careful, net eye in this, it's fine. Closely, Mike, and on, just use the one that you got on your test. Yeah.
If you can just talk like that.
Yeah.
So I'd just like to know, so like, if it's a deceased property and one of the siblings want to outbuy the other siblings, do you guys also assist?
Brilliant example.
Wow.
A lot of that. Okay, so
Good
when you
question.
have deals where you sit with clients which falls in their estate situation, we got that, we do that often. There is a specific timeline to those things because it depends how far the estate wrapped up and that type of thing. If it's wrapped up, it will be quick. Otherwise, it may take a slight bit longer, but we will still facilitate that, and we work closely with guys like Johan to facilitate that whole process for them. Yeah.
Okay, so it's the same situation if the parent passed away and leaves the property to the child, while the parent still has.
Exactly,
debt.
and it's still in their name. Now we have to transfer it. You first have to pay the L&D account to settle that, and there may be a mortgage or something that still need to be settled if there wasn't something else, or they can't afford to pay the full fees to do that. We do that often. Yeah.
Brilliant question. Because
very good question.
we sit on a daily basis where we do not know if a loved one's going to pass away. And we do not all sit with 400,000 or 500,000 rand in your pocket to pay the 7% property tax, all those kind of things. So this is such an amazing question, and this can help such a big community, the community out there with this kind of problem. And we sit with it on a daily basis. Hey,
we found,
where we walk away normally and don't get the sale.
we find that so many people, the estate is wrapped up 9 years ago, and they still have the property on the mother's name because they don't have the money to transfer it and all these kind of things. Yeah.
We're sitting with one in Walkerville that has been, the people passed away in 1985. I'm physically busy resolving this estate now. As an estate agent, I have to resolve this because I want the money.
Yeah, because
Tells you I'm very greedy.
well, if
And
they
they've
want
got
to sell
like
it,
8 guys.
to sell it, they have to.
They
First,
like
they
8
have to
people
do
on
the
there.
first transfer. If it's a divorce, if it's one partner passing away, you can do what do you call it? BIS 45 or 51 these days, or whatever that is. So you're going to first have to transfer it to the other partner, especially when they're within community of property and all those type of things. So there's laws around those things, but there's ways to assist them in the right way. Yeah.
We're going to definitely extend these questions when we got Johan here, because he's the one that understands that much more than
We
us.
can sit here now.
But thank you very much for that information. If Johan would mind to come and join us for a second, it would be very nice.
I think so as well.
Thank you so much. Is there any other questions oh, we've got another one there. Anne, so nice to see you. How can we? That's been a time. Would you mind coming and just answering questions, or do you think you're able to do it?
It's actually partner. So they've got a lot of owners that is in the various fixed contract. I've got a couple of cases to put there. So of course that's
Okay.
That's also taking sale of execution at the moment. So my question is, these owners are actually renting out their properties. So it's not that they're living there. Will the solution work for them?
Absolutely.
But definitely do that. We're obviously going to still look at the whole process, still look at the whole picture, determine if they are able to keep that property. And if they're not, at least we'll stop the legal action auction process and then put it in the market properly. And obviously, if there's a tenant in, we need to do the normal lawful things of combine, looking at huurgat voor koop, so like we all know. So that tenant we need to take in consideration as well in the process, and just make sure that it's lawful to. But we can sell it. We can sell it as an investment property, or you can, if he wants to keep it, then we help them to keep it. And especially when they have an additional income like that,
Yeah.
if you go to the right banks, like Marty mentioned, then we can actually, income can help them as an additional income and determine if they're going to keep it that way.
How would the body corporate benefit from this as well?
We pay over levies. You can't transfer it prior to, so there's no municipal levies. We know, stand first in the line. We'll include that, we'll settle that. When we do the budget for that or the feasibility on that property, we actually include all those things.
That saves a lot, hey? That can actually save a lot of situations at the moment. Oh, we're going to give you a big book.
I like that.
She's currently making 80,000. You can make past that.
Any get ready to rumble, man.
You can forward. I'm waiting in anticipation.
I like that.
Sorry, Johan. Can I just ask you just to give your input there when it comes to these late estates? Once the master has okayed everything and all these things has concluded, can you just give us a point of view from the attorneys section from there when it's taken over?
Just explain that question.
Once we've come to a place where we've actually seen that there's a late estate, it has been identified, the executor is there, and then the process has gone. Once all the processes has been taken and the master has approved the state and the sale starts, what does it entail on your side from the
Transfer process?
The transfer process, well, obviously, so there's two different sections or situations. First is where the deal was signed before
That's very important, eh?
before the owner passed away. In that case, we do a 42. Not always sure which one, 42, 1 or 2. We get the consent from the master, and we do the transfer of the property with the master's consent. Doesn't take that long. Once in the case where the property is in the estate and it is left to be beneficiaries, then in that case we have to go through the whole process. The liquidation and distribution account be approved by the master, and we have to hand that in so that takes it takes a long time to do that, and then we transfer according to the liquidation and distribution account and the master's consent to transfer those properties.
Brilliant. Thank you very much for that overview. Some of us being new in the industry don't understand the process, and that is very important to know so that the agent is equipped when he does that kind of deals, and also tell the attorney to start running.
Now, when you deal with an estate, just know that you need time.
Yes, that is still.
Is there any other questions from the panel at the moment? Any guys that wants to know anything that involves this process and this wonderful collaboration? So, guys,
you were so brave here.
No,
with all these 500 questions that is going to make it so difficult for me. But
yeah, I got some people front line seats here to give us no. So, guys, in short, you have an opportunity to get extra money, to make double commission, where you get to be the sole mandate, to be the sole agent, to sell it, to valuate it, and to get that money, and you get a better reputation as an agent that helps, not just sell. We want you to sell. That is what we do.
I think important,
but it's
just
much bigger.
To add as well, there is very important, Henko, is why didn't we go into each specific product, okay, and go and start and try and train you on that. The point is, it's not your job, okay. I don't want the agent to become the real estate assessor. That's not your function. Your function is to bring it to us. We'll look at it. We'll come up with an answer. If the answer is we can keep it for the client, we'll do a transaction. Anywhere through the time, and this is a very important thing, is your name is forever connected to that client. even if he phones us, and what happened quite often, a client wants to keep, so desperately wants to keep his house until he actually kept it. All right? Then like a year in the path down the 2-year program, he says, okay, but we've now, in the meantime, decided we're going to we're gonna size down a bit, you know? So now they start understanding living more freely because all their stuff is paid monthly, all those type of things. That's what our products do, you know? When you listen to the afternoon session, you'll understand that our investors, they have a full term. Where have you ever sold an investment opportunity? Just to inspire you to not miss that session, that you can actually give a full-time guarantee for the full rental term. Have you ever sold a property like that? No.
That's unheard of, hey?
Yeah. And that's what we provide. So, but for the owner, in that case, it's also helping because he can now use his money to actually pay off his short-term debt while we've got a rental guarantee lying on trust for the full term. So he can use his monthly income to settle all those debts, get rid of them, and walk out no debt at the end of the term.
Beautiful.
That's the key. Beautiful. And then a lot of those guys, when they now wants to sell the property, who do you think we're going to call? Not Ghostbusters. Okay. We'll
I was going to say
you.
Ghostbusters. We've got another question here.
Yeah, from we've got a translator here.
Kyk, wat ek nou wil weet is hierdie kliënt word nou gehelp, hy huur nou sy
eie eiendom terug.
Sy soort van eie eiendom terug.
Ja.
Daai huurbedrag, hoe word dit vas? Is dit normale wat die huur gaan vir so eiendom of is dit nou wat nou aanpas? Kom ons sê argument ons halwe sy huis is 2 miljoen werd. Hy's nou gekoop vir 1.2 om hom uit die moontlikheid. Hoe werk daai som want hoe werk hy vir die belegger dat vir die belegger werk en hierdie kant toe?
Beautiful question. Yes, there's no smart question. What? Regtig waar. Yeah, this is good. Here's the thing. Remember, what counts for the one is different for the other one. So exactly like, let's use your example. We've got a 2 million property, which the normal rental, call it, would be 1,800 rand, 18,000 rand a month. Okay. In our case, the deal was done for $1 million, just to make it simple. Okay. The rental that he's going to pay for that term will be prime plus 3. Okay. If you work it out on the million. So what is prime plus 3?
You're going to work about
13.5%. So it's 135,000 rand a year, which means it's approximately 11,000 rand a month, where the current market rental would be 18,000 or 15,000 or whatever. Right. So we'll always pay less than the most in 99% of the cases. It is normally less than what market value is. For the investor, it's 13.5% received monthly. That's great. 3 pence. So he goes and lends 100% from the bank and he's in a positive cash flow from day one. So it wins for everybody. That's exactly how the products are put together.
Scenario. Ja. Nou soos op 2 miljoen. Op een of ander manier hulle besluit ons kan 'n ou help op 2 miljoen. Maar hy kan nie die 18 of die kom ons sê nou kan nou sê maar 3.
Kom ons sê die 11 betaal. Want dis wat dit sou uitwerk. So all our transactions are based, we don't do higher than 75% of market value. So if I buy a 2 million property, I can only pay for it for 1.5 million. Okay? All costs inclusive. All right? So that means on that 1.5 million is the worst case scenario that there will be. And if you take that and you can't afford to pay it monthly, and this is very important now. Now you get very technical on products. If we talk about what we call a recovery product, okay, that will, for instance, be a case where we know his income is covered, he's got enough, no problem. The next guy is a self-employed guy. He can't necessarily prove that he's got all the cash now. He's got a big part of it now, but he's not ready yet. Okay. Then in that case, call a for sale by owner. So the investor will still take transfer of the property, same story, will still rent it, the same story. But now this guy's got an opportunity for 9 months to prove that he can actually fix his situation. And if he can't within the 9 months, guess who we call? You.
Not the
And say,
Ghostbusters.
now guys, we're going to put this property in the market. You've already agreed. You've already agreed on the price, what we can list for, what is the next price that we can accept. Even if you get offers, you already agreed what offers we can accept. And after 2 months, there's a drop in the listing price, and then there's a quick sale value where at what he already agreed that we can sell for. It's really worked out well and tested well over the last 13 years.
Donnie, if I can just capitalize what you just said, is to come back to Kuba's question here is, so if a guy had a property of 2 million, we're going to only finance like 75%, which obviously tells you that if the rule of thumb is 1% of the rental agreement of the sales price, obviously 75% is going to be less than 100% of the property, the value, which actually answers you.
But I don't want you
to work in that scenario.
No, don't work it like that. The only reason why I don't suggest that is because now you start making a decision if the client is going to qualify or not. Please don't go there. All right. That's our job. Okay. For instance, we've helped. I got a very good example which I shared with you the other day. We in Richworth, which is like next to Tiger Valley, we had a property. Property was worth 2 million. Bond was 2.2 million. Okay. So if you look at that, you think, well, how can you help this guy? Okay. We went, make an offer to the bank, purchased the property from the bank. The bank wrote off the balance. I don't know how they got it right. I got it actually twice in 13 years in very good areas, actually, in the States, where that happened to us, where they write it off. They don't even let the client sign an AOD or nothing. Okay. And on the end of the day, we sold that property for 1.99 million. And the client, after owing 2.2, got out 250,000 in his pocket. How in the world will you get that right? I call that a miracle. So those type of things also happen, but don't sell that. Okay, so it's the principle of helping the client in that scenario. We'll make the call how we can help them. We can either do it through a bank offer, even if you have to sign an AOD. Remember, and this is very important, the investor always get a percentage of returns. Okay? Anything above it, and this is the exciting part, which doesn't exist actually in the world. All right? You can go and search. There's nobody that comes in and say, we'll buy this property. I'm use this example that you had. 1.2 million, 1.5 million, doesn't matter, all costs inclusive. Now we end up in a position after 2 years, and the guy can't buy back because he didn't cooperate. Right? He didn't keep his credit scores sorted. And so, in actual fact, if he actually default during the term by not paying his debt like we agreed upon, then we're going to sell that property immediately. Right? Because he doesn't keep to the agreement. It actually forms part of his agreement. You are not allowed to make new debt. When he does it, I sell your property. That's as simple as it is. Because unfortunately, they have got a certain behavior pattern at the moment, and you have to change that. So you have to put it in the contract. So that type of thing we do. So in that case, when that property gets sold, the investor only gets what he agreed upon. Now we've sold that property, but it was on Henko's name. All right? What does Henko as the investor get? He gets his additional 5% capital growth, and anything above it goes back to that previous owner so he can start afresh. That is good stuff. That's impact.
That is saving people, not making people drown.
Not misusing people's misfortune. That's the key.
Sien in vroeër jare die government gazette gelees. Hoekom het jy nou my veilings misgelees?
Ek het daai jare het ek my eie veilings misgelees. I'm a very fortunate guy. I've been in that position. That's why I want to help with people, because I didn't have somebody that guided me and helped me to do the right thing. When you are clouded, when you are got all this pressure on you as an owner and you're in a difficult position, it is a challenge. And you can't make sound decisions. This is why you are there, so that you can say, listen, I've got guys, this is what they specialize in. Let them help you, okay? In whichever way, either sell or keep or whatever. Because if you give them to us, and they're in this distress situation. I take the distress challenges and
Away from
situation
it,
away from the sale of the house. I give you back a product that you can sell the house. That's your job. Okay. Let us do that difficult part, which most people don't want to do.
You sit with the authority when you sit in front of clients to say, listen, you guy, we can't help you, but we've got this product and they will be able to help you. The authority is already being given to you when they phone you. So to use that leverage to make money is the key point here. So this is a very nice question. And anything else from you guys there? Anything there at the back, that beautiful woman and the guys there not even saying one word? Nee, rarig. Never. Normally we can't get you to be quiet today. Okay.
But the secret is don't try to understand our products. Understand what we can do. We can unlock equity. You can keep the home. That's the stuff that you need to understand. Because that's the options you're going to tell your client that we've got. But do you want to know more? Give me your name, and this is where we go next. If you can go to the slide first, Donna, where we talk about how to capture real estate owners referral. Okay, you go on the website. So I'm not going to explain it. Henny is the guy. So I'm going to let Henny explain that to you.
Yes, after the day, I guess everybody will line up to apply to become an ambassador or a power partner, and I think we must get somebody to,
Henny,
to say if yes.
Ek
Can you hear me?
het die goed omgeruil. So if you go
Ja, nee,
to the...
ek het myne voor my, so right. Ek het myne voor my. Ek dink wanneer die Vrystaat weer die Currie-beker wen, moet ons die eerste 10 mense wat aansoek doen 'n vrykaartjie gee. Wie stem in daarvoor? Okay, so to apply for an ambassador or a power partner, you must just send an email. You must just send an email to me. There's my email address. Daarna gaan jy daai geomruil. That's correct. That's it. Thank you. So you must just send me an email, and included in the email is your agency's name, your agency's specialized area of operation, and then also the name of the dedicated ambassador contact person, and the contact number for the dedicated ambassador contact person, and the email address of the dedicated contact person. And then once that is submitted, our team will then get in contact, engage with your agency regarding the registration and the dedicated referral process. And then after that,
Henny, can I just ask a favor?
Yes.
Very important is the guys from Pelsa don't have to complete this at all. If you're from another agency or whatever, and you're online from another agency, you have to apply that way. Pelsa is already connected to us, so you don't have to apply as an individual agent. The Pelsa group is already connected, and that's part of Henku's function to facilitate that with us. But if you are then somebody that still wants to register with us because you're another agency, then you can do that. Right.
Yeah, then after you're registered, we will basically run through the lead process where you register a lead. So it is there on the screen now. It's a very easy process. You will just go into our website, www.realestate. There's a drop-down window, submit a referral, and they ask a couple of questions. Fill it in, submit, and there we go. And our team will wait for that.
Henny, again, if I can just jump in there. So you'll see there's a left side and a right side. If you're on Pelsa Group, the right side, you have got a specific landing page for you as an organization with us. So any leads that come through, just come on the right side. Okay. So you go to that specific link, www.realestateassist.pelsagroup, and or scan the QR code there. And then you go into that, and it will ask you basically, you'll see there, First, they're going to ask you your details. I need to know who your company is, and if it's Pelsa, obviously, and put your personal name there, please. When you'll see the first one is a referral partner, then please give me your personal name, because they will obviously deal with that from their side. And then you'll see there your email address and your contact detail, and then it will say the lead details. And then you go to your lead details and you complete the client's name, his surname, his email address, and his telephone number. All right. And that's literally what you have to do. It will be great. You'll see underneath that, they don't show it here, there is a small box where you can type in, listen, this guy's situation is this, this, and this. It's urgent or that type of thing. If the auction is in 2 weeks, doesn't help if you just put it in there and hope we see that it's an auction. So try and put as much information that you could gather, put it on there, put the client's name in there, and that person will be connected to you and the Pelsa group from there on.
We normally call that collateral information. Collateral information is assessment of the agent to assist the client. I normally do not take a client out to more than 3 houses, because then I don't know my client. My client has a need, we have an interview, so I take them to the houses that they need. I'm not going to waste their time. So when you do a proper investigation, a proper interview, these things are the information that you declare and get to the people so that they know how to help them. Very important to keep that in mind. Hey. Yeah, so if there's no other questions, then we can
Gonna have lunch. We already into lunch, right?
Yeah, we are already in lunch. So I hope you guys are full. We're going to quickly have a break, eat something, and then we're going to just tell you about the investment part. Now, this is a part that you really want to listen to, because your investor, that we all have investors. You know, we've got that 10, 20 guys that we always phone if we've got something special that came up that says, I've got something nice for you. Now, those investors, we want all those investors to listen with the next section, because this is where they will make money that they've never made before. And also you as investors. We as estate agents need to look after ourselves for tomorrow. And we're going to start building a pension for ourselves. We want to start flipping houses ourselves and getting into the product and into the market ourselves to build a future for ourselves. So we are looking at quite a few products, and we can start in with the assist group. Isn't that amazing that we can be part of that? It is wonderful. So this is in the next section. I can't wait to see you there. Go and eat something, warm yourself, and have a quick break, and then we see you shortly. Hey, thanks, guys. Thank you.
Thank you, Enku. Appreciate. I'm going to jump onto the assist model just quickly again. Although we've touched on this morning, and for those new people that joined specifically for this session on the online guys, etc., just for that purpose, we're going to quickly just go there quickly and then have a look at that slide again. So if you can look at now this afternoon session is about Wealth Assist. Okay, so Wealth Assist is an investment advisory. Now, I always use this example of saying, if you are in the investment industry, and I'm talking now insurance / those kind of investments, not property investment industry, then I'm asking, would you go to your short-term insurance guy to help you with your investments? No, I hope not. And if you want to, don't. Okay. Because they're short-term insurance people, they're not investment people. You must go to your financial advisor who does investment. And this is very much the same thing. What real estate Wealth Assist do, they are a real estate investment advisory. So as Sanlam is not size-wise, just as an example, is an advisory about insurance and life insurance and etc. The same real estate assist, even if you have investors and you just want to guide them correctly, Gerard and his team is really super and well equipped. Gerard's advantage is he's not like me. He goes very much in depth into real estate investments, making sure that the analysis and all those things are in place and so forth. While if you ask, I don't know with you, they say don't put all your eggs in one basket.
Yeah.
So Gerard looks at that and he makes sure that that is practiced in real life when you do investments. If you ask Daniel, he'll say there's only one investment, and that's a real estate investment. And all my baskets in the real estate investment. I'll maybe divide them there, but that's where I stick to. I don't buy paper. I don't do all those things. But the clever people say, you must do the spread. Okay. So that's the role of Wealth Assist. What they do is they take opportunities. Before they are offered to any person of our investors, we make sure that the transaction, I always use a simple example. There's one of our investor clients that came to us and says, okay, guys, I want to buy this property because we render that service to the registered investors with us. We give them advice without charging them money. Okay, so they bring their opportunities that they buy themselves just for us to screen. Okay, in some cases. So this guy approached me and said, yes, Stellenbosch, good area, nice flat. This is the story. My returns are going to be so much. And then we start going through it, and I use this example often where I say, so did they guarantee your rental? No. They're just saying that a one-bedroom flat, and that one was actually a bachelor, we'll probably get 11,000 Rand a month. Okay,
Guarantee.
Which is, call it market related.
Yeah.
All right. But now we're putting up a development, and there's 50 flats.
Yeah.
And 25 are sold to investors. All right. So tomorrow, there's 25 available rental opportunities.
Exactly.
So are we going to get 11,000 for them? No. Trust me. I have proven that in years and years. So I said to him, are you sure about this return? Yeah. I said, okay, let me quickly show you. Let's phone an estate agency in the area. I said, let's ask a rental agency, what rental can we get? Oh, no, we can get 11,000. I said, okay, and if I give you 25 tomorrow, how much can you get? Oh, no, then we'll have to start at 9. I said, okay, now we're getting there. So after all the research, and we helped them, his return was 5% per annum. All right. On a buy-to-let, no, it doesn't make sense. Don't buy the property. It's too expensive for your return. It's not even if you get good capital growth. And if you haven't got the money to carry that, it's not a good investment.
It doesn't make sense.
And that's where we do all that research on that specific transaction. We do an inspection on every single property, various things, and that's where the Wealth Assist side start playing a role and making opportunities available to investors that, and this is very important, the type of investor that will probably use us is the guy who says, I've got the cash, I've got the credit, I don't have the time.
Yeah.
Okay? And a lot of people make their money in what they do, and they don't have the time to go and search for opportunities. That's why they contact you. Okay? But if you now start marketing, and that's when I will move to my next slide, which will be skip the one of the software, Tana, the next one.
While you're getting to your slide there, I've got lots of clients that actually never actually touch their keys of a place that they buy.
Yeah.
They just actually buy a place, tell me, Ingo, go and drop it off there. And that's how some of these investors work, especially with the student accommodation here in Bloemfontein, which is exactly describing the guy you've got there. Yeah.
So if we look at why can estate agents not afford not to adapt to the current property investment market, it's very, very important. Okay. So if you are still selling, and I don't mean it in a bad way because we also do, we also make opportunities available of buy-to-lets. All right, but they are our, if I can call it, the lowest returns. Okay. Our other products are outperforming them by far. All right. So, and if you don't stay there and you now got this fantastic investor, Henko, who are investing in real estate, he loves it, that's the story. But your returns on every opportunity that you give them are turning in around 5 to 7 to 9% net yield. Okay. Well, you're going to lose your investor. That's just how simple it
It
is.
just doesn't make sense.
Because if they come onto my site, they're definitely going to first look at that instead of, and I will explain why. So they are saying that a few if you look at the current market, see some of the statistics which we have. So we've done a proper research over 13 years, comparing the various products who outperformed the others and saw what happened to them over the last 13 years. And I think that slide, if you can put that slide up, Tana, to just share quickly what's happening there. I don't know if you guys can see if it's big enough. But if you look at that, you'll see the buy to let. And I've taken a lot of things that happened through the time, because it's very important to know we went through, over the last 13 years, we went through various property cycles. Okay, we had COVID-19, we had a slowdown in 2019, those type of things. And if you look at
factors,
political factors, we had a lot of things happened over that term that determines the returns and the risk for real estate investors on the end of the day. So, and they have taken what was the actual returns over the last period of 20 to 30 years. You'll see there 13 years. You'll see there what is a typical investment, what was the returns on it, what is your net rentals over that term. And you can see there very clearly that those certain ones that hasn't got deposits or require as much deposit, others that requires lots of more deposits because it's a more, banks don't want to finance over a certain amount. All those type of things were taken in consideration. And just to get to the bottom line of that, and you can study this in your own time, because that's why we gave you the copies, as well as those who are online, you're going to receive your link in the future for this webinar. If you registered for it, then in that case, you can really run through it and do that. Het jy hom nie geprint nie. Hy is mos op die slide. Oh, okay. So we'll provide it on the link. Okay, so we haven't got a copy of that, but we will provide it on the link for you. Okay.
Interesting to look at,
yeah. Very interesting stats, guys. As you can see there, the highest performing returns, apart from ourselves in the market at the moment, is your student accommodation. But to be very, very honest with you, if it's not managed 100% correctly, trust me, it's the worst investment. Okay. So make no mistake. Oh, you got it on. Yeah, they have got it. Yeah,
we've got it. Yeah. Leber is one of our agents that's very, very well aware of the student agencies. You can confirm there. And she's
the one.
She's the one.
I need to speak to her afterwards. I'll chat with you because I've got one in Bloemfontein for you to sell for. So on that, as you can see there, now we went through all the difficult cycles. And we took those cycles and saw how did our investment compare to all these? I see that's the one slide I did not add, which is a mistake. But I will make sure that you guys get it, where I'm taking the different stages of difficulties in the industry and how that affected these products. Okay, and where we've proven that our current status, and Gerard's going to run a bit with that on our returns. You'll see that through all these cycles for 13 years long, I think the lowest return that net, I'm talking net yield, guys. Okay, very
Net,
important.
net.
After all costs, our lowest return for our investors was 16.97% or something like that.
That is
per annum.
amazing. That is
So-
amazing. Eh?
So, and to do it through all the cycles, that's what makes it difficult. You
True.
can say this or say that, but if
On
you
average.
if you can show that
Man,
yeah.
that's brilliant.
So
really.
our lowest year was 16.97.
When an investor comes to me, he says, "How quickly can I make my money back?"
Yeah.
And that's the golden
Exactly.
rule. And that's
What's
what
my
I want
yield?
to-
Okay.
What's my yield? Yeah.
Exactly. So to go to why can estate agents, another reason here, residential real estate investments is not just selling a property anymore. It's not like in the old days. I've got a beautiful history, if any one of you wants it, that I've done from the last 18 years, done from 1970 up to today. All right. Of all the years, what was the worst case, the best case, how properties grew, and you can see up to a stage, residential yields was always fantastic, and I believe in that, especially single res, sectional title, those type of things. They were always doing well over the years, but over the last 5 years, you'll see that the capital growth on those where they used to be double figures was not double figures anymore, okay? And have dropped to between 4 and 7% net yield.
The first time in history.
Yeah, for the last 5 to 8 years. Yeah.
Isn't it amazing to have somebody that's passionate about properties that knows these kind of things? It's like,
Well, for
that
me,
gets you
I've
going,
worked with,
eh?
I have to, me and Gerard have to help the investors and say,
Well,
listen,
yeah,
should you invest in that type of property or shouldn't you? You know,
That the
and
ethical
then you
thing,
have to
yeah,
be,
the
then you
ethical
have to
thing.
be up to date with those type of
That
things.
is amazing information.
So now, yeah, I'm just going to leave one key with you. One thing that we do, and this is important, we don't take over your role with your relationship with your investor. That's your choice, all right? What you want to do with him and what you don't want to do. The great thing is when we come to the fees and those things, you'll understand that when that client's connected to you, he's your client forever. Even if you don't speak to him anymore after 10 years and he's investing with us, you keep on getting commission on that referral, all right?
I just want to just mention something to you. Some of our astute agents, like Kobus, like Llewellyn, we've got some investors that sticks with us. They
Good.
will
I have
not
to. Yep.
deal with anybody else. And
That's
you
perfect.
know that if this guy can actually get into the assist group and is connected to he, and you can actually have a constant growth of investment and have a part as association agent, that is gold.
I'm gonna explain a bit later.
That's wonderful. Thank you very much.
I think I first want to
that information.
jump on what made Wealth Assist disrupt this industry. Why are we doing the kind of returns the way we do it, and why can we do this kind of returns over a period of 13 years in a row? You know, that is not always heard of. All right,
like 18%. It's like a lot. For 18,
so if I go to
great,
my first slide saying disrupting the way, I think here's the key. How many brilliant real estate investments can you do where you're actually helping somebody instead of buying the house at a lower price than to make it a good deal? You understand what I'm saying? It's not there.
No, this-
Most of the stuff that you buy, you have to buy below market value. You buy your profit. We all know that in the investment industry. No?
You buy the fixer upper.
Yeah,
You buy the
yeah,
one
yeah,
that
exactly.
properly that can't fix the house anymore.
Exactly,
That's
yeah.
the gold out there.
So if we look at that, you're helping a client. You will never buy higher than 75% of market value, transfer cost inclusive, maintenance inclusive, everything inclusive. Okay?
And that's also good for taxes, eh?
Wow.
And that's
They've
like
got
the
advantages,
that's like to your or the taxes. because,
So if you look at that and you say to yourself, But while I'm doing this, when I go to bed tonight, I know I've helped somebody whilst I'm making these returns.
And making
That's the difference, okay? That's a serious win-win impact. We call it straightforward. The real estate impact, real estate investments. That's what you're doing, okay? And I know everybody's not driven by the moral thing. I am. So therefore, I say, if I can do an investment and it's an impact investment first and I make good returns, I don't have to compare it with anything else. Because what you sow, you'll reap.
And you help the person with the house.
Exactly.
You help the guy to stay in their house. I mean, you can sleep very nicely.
And if we can't help him to keep it, he always gets more out than what he would have.
And you
That's
guarantee it.
That's it.
Man, it's amazing.
All right. So then if we go to the next slide where we say a wealth assist disrupts the real estate, it's providing, and here's your returns, okay? We're looking at providing 4% to 7% capital growth per annum, plus your your prime plus. So if you look at currently if you talk to an investor at 10.5% plus his average is about 5% average, I would say, plus your 13.5, give him 18.5% gross. And after expenses, you will probably earn about 17% net yield. Yeah. Okay. And then, as I say, never higher than 75% of market value. Okay.
Which actually gives you that growth for the period where you want
it buys you your security.
Absolutely.
That's the point. If you pay 75%, you've already got excess equity. If something goes wrong, of another 25%. And our averages, I can tell you now, our averages are far lower than the 75%. 75% is the worst case. So at some deals we do at 25% of market value. That's like ridiculous. You understand? So those type of things are there.
This is the one that you really want to get into, because that's where the big money lies.
Yep. Right. Then, very important, on the shelf, pre-vetted, you must listen carefully to those words. No? On the shelf, pre-vetted, risk-mitigated investment opportunities. So we take that property, we make sure that that property, when we do an assessment, we get the quotations up front if there's critical maintenance that needs to be done. If it's on sale, we make sure that whatever we have to fix to sell that property on the end of the day. So that type of thing, all looked at. Collaborate with the estate agencies to get us, if it's an on-sale product, we get 3 estate agencies to assess. Even if you have given the property, we still get 3 assessments of specialists in that area. You just get the sole mandate for the first period of time because you brought the client to us. We run the full pre-sales, the sales administration until from the day that the transaction is concluded till it's sold and transferred and whatever that is, and keeping the parties up to date. Obviously, we facilitate the mortgages through MultiNET most of the times. And then transfer and bond registration process, we run with the attorneys as well. So we take as much as the admin off the real estate agent in the case so that he can concentrate on selling the property. And then obviously we do the full recovery process from the day that the transaction is concluded with a recovery product. We take them through the process, making sure that their credit score is sorted and all those type of things are done. Right. Then last one, but not the least, very important. And this is probably the biggest challenge in the real estate investment industry. Everybody wants to buy a property and keep it. You know, my father is a property guy. He used to be a property, he's passed on. But when he was alive, he had a small picture like this with an old man with a kitty, and his beard was hanging on the ground. And he was saying, this is the young man who waited for the price of real estate to come down. But his principle was buy it and keep it. And unfortunately, my father was not right. Okay, he was half right. It's a good investment. It will always be a good investment in South Africa. It's been proven that the real estate investment market is fantastic over the years. Okay,
I just want to tell you something, just to just conclude what you just say. When I got into real estate the first time, the real estate agent said to me, I will help you to buy your first house cash in 3 deals. And I thought the guy was actually lying to me. And he proved to me that buying my first house could actually land me at buying my 3rd house cash.
That was a wise estate agent.
And I can tell you that was the best advice I ever got in my life. And I'm actually practicing that now. I can show you how to do it because it happened to me. I'm testifying of that, and I just applaud what you
No,
just
that's
said.
amazing because
it's
you can
true.
ask my son. He's a good example of that. I said to him, listen, when all your chummies are buying their houses, don't.
But
Go
they're selling.
and do your investment. Unfortunately, at that stage, I always tell the story, but I made, when we were young, we had these vehicles that you lekker build up and white tires and yes, so
busy
it
with
was,
that.
yeah, but I
don't wanna share
never
my
had
phone.
one. I never had one, so I always wanted one, but I had to buy it now for my son because otherwise,
The dream has to go on.
yeah, it's a kind of thing. I built this thing up on his 19th birthday. I gave him this vehicle. Yes, and it got
What a dad.
bucket seats and
Yes, man.
speakers, my bro. It was crazy. No. But 3 months later, I see the vehicle is not in my yard. So I was saying, where's your bucky? No, I sold it. I said, what? What are you doing? He says, I took the money and I'm going to invest it in a property. So then I couldn't say anything. So the point is, at that stage, he learned. He used his creditworthiness, started buying investments and building up like that so that he can, when the time comes, he can buy a property without having to mortgage the whole thing. So I think that's the key of that. But
Wonderful
the key
advice.
on this thing is, now I'm going to just go to the next slide, and I want to use a very practical example of, I see it started on 0, but
We have to.
if you've done a million rand investment today, okay, and you buy a property and you do what you have to do, if you compare what we do now, every 2 years, worst case. So if these 2 guys, I'll take Henko, okay, and Christoph as an example. All right. So Christoph bought a property, but he bought one of our products, which mostly run for 12 to 24 months. All right. And I want you to think practically about this. So the other guy buy a buy-to-let, Henko buy a buy-to-let for R1 million, gets a great income, good stuff, it's running. All right. Christoph bought the same property, but after 2 years, the previous owner bought it back, and he gets his capital and his returns out.
And he's got that hot rod.
Yes, that as well.
Yeah.
And then he reinvested it, all of it. After 10 years, Christoph will start with the same money and end up at 4.1 million. All right?
In 10 years.
In 5 deals, not even 10. I think it's, we did it over the 2 year period.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so it's 5 deals in 10 years, okay? And your other property would have run growth, use the current returns, statistics over the last few years, and you would have ended up, Henko, with, if you sold all your properties at that day, 2.8 million, and Christoph sits with 4.1 million.
That's
right?
like over $1 million.
And I've got the full breakdown of this, so you can go on that. It's not guru stuff, guys. Listen to me. It's not all kind of funny stuff. What did you do to get that right? Only one thing. They call it compound returns. Okay? You can't compound if you keep the property all the time.
That's what the
If
bank
you
does.
understand what they're doing.
The bank
So
makes money with
if you
compound
buy it
interest.
every second year, you sell that property, make your profits, and then reinvest your full capital again with the returns. You will always be much smarter than the next guy. All right? And our products, that's what makes our product very nice. They are all between 12 months and 36 months. That's how simple it is.
It's not
You
a
get
long
your
period.
capital back and you build and you build and you build and you build. You do the same thing. The goal can be exactly the same. The goal can be one day I want passive income. So let's say these two guys started together. This guy ends up with 4.1 and he sells everything at that stage and he buys this one that he wants to hold. You can still do it.
Yeah, you
Okay?
can change your mind. You
Yes,
want one.
no. The
Yeah, I see
great
very
thing
clear.
is, the great thing is in today's volatile market out there, it's much better to be in a deal where you know you're going to get out over the next 12 to 36 months.
Guaranteed.
And here's the big thing. Our returns are predetermined, okay? Contractually predetermined.
Unbelievable.
Who have done real estate, buy to let, and you knew exactly what you're going to make? Without a doubt, doesn't matter how the market changes. Okay. Now, Gerard's going to make you far more excited than that. If you only compare those two things with the other products in the market, and he will share some of that insights.
Okay.
So without further ado, I'm going to put Gerard online. And just to give a bit of background, Gerard is our direct real estate investment officer. That means he facilitates all your investors, facilitation, placement of deals, and those type of things with his team. That's what they do. All right. So, and they don't participate in your fees and your stuff. You get your fee, what we agree upon from day one, how it works, all those type of things. He'll explain a bit of that as well while he's going through the different products and the type of products that your investors can look forward to invest in.
Great
Thank
stuff.
you, Gerard.
Thank you so
Appreciate your
much.
time, man.
Wonderful being here. Thank you, Daniel. Thank you, Inke. Greeting all the people in Bloemfontein. I must say the last time that I was there, I walked out and I felt, I went to the side on the grass and it suddenly felt like a skating hall, because I saw the grass, but I didn't see that frozen bit on top. And I suddenly realized that my smart black shoes is not the right stuff to wear in Bloemfontein in the middle of the winter. But in any case, I'm glad. Thank you for the guys online. Yes, without any doubt. So I know Daniel quite a while. I always tell the story when I phoned Absa Bank and I said, can I please have your list of auction houses that's going to go onto the market? And they said, sir, are you working for Absa? And I says, no. Sorry, then you can't get the list, they said. But I begged and nagged and so on. And after a while, the lady said to me, do you know Daniel Lombard? I says, no. Well, he's got the list. I says, so I responded by saying, is he working for Absa? She said, no. I says, now why did he get the list? She says, sir, do you want his number or not? So I said, please give me the number. So I phoned Daniel up, and in 1999, we bought 3 flats from him, being on an auction and giving us exceptional deals. I remember the purchase prices was 108,000, 108, and then the third one, he phoned us up and said 101,000. So exceptional properties. So many years later, our paths crossed again, and I said to him, well, I'm from a financial services side, but I do believe that property is by far the better asset class. And we started looking at what he's doing again, and I said to him, but I know property very well, and I really don't want anything structured, weird stuff. I want direct real estate investment, and that's the one that I will be looking at. So what I did was I spent about 6 months looking at the risk, because I said, let's look at the downside, because if I have that in place and understand it, I'll clearly be able to advise clients on what options to take. It took really 6 months, and then I realized, but this is an absolute brilliant solution, because for the first time, I just realized that you can invest into property by sitting on your behind your desk in front of your computer, make informed decisions, clear understanding of the risks, and have a big brother who did all the homework for you, spend quite a bit of money before you actually looked at it, and know that you are not making risky decisions. In fact, the way that it has been structured, I had a new client yesterday, and she said to me, "But I hear you say there's no risk." I said, "No, I didn't say there's no risk. I said there's very little risk. But show me where you find the risk in the transactions." In any case, so the bottom line was that I think the main idea that is different, we use property to make investments. Some people buy in property to have property and have an investment in the future. We do our calculations right now. It must guarantee us returns. It must be much quicker in terms of a cash return. And as Daniel had just referred to, it must be more certain. I mean, there's actually, and we'll get to that just now, if we compare the types of risks that people take on in the open market. I must be honest, personally, I've got an appetite for risk, but not that much. And I've looked at it over many months and years now. So if we could, yes.
I said you take risks when you marriage.
Any case, so the reality is, if we can just maybe start off with, looking at the slide where we just say, we really are there to protect your investment and have excellent returns in the same manner. That is, our main focus. And trust me on this, there's a thing called a risk committee in our business. And I can tell you now, we've had quite a bit of disagreements around that table, because if we don't get 100% unified decision on don't vote on a risk committee, it's actually crazy, because that means that one person can block the whole process until he's convinced that that risk has been addressed. So we've really proven it. I think the other thing that Daniel might not have mentioned up to now is, there's not more than 10% that gets through the gate, that those people that come to us for assistance that can actually fit into the criteria. We want to help everyone. And and Daniel's favorite thing is, if we do 1 or 2% of the South African need for our product, we'll need about 1 billion to 2 billion. So the market is massive, but our function is to actually assess the risk to the extent that we know. We've minimized it, and it really is much smaller. So if I can just maybe jump into our model as an overview, so that we can just get a feel of what we do. On the one side, we've got an investor that comes to us, that we can see that they've got a good cash flow. They've got a salary, a pay slip. They've been working for 20 years. They just made a lot of mistakes in terms of their financial management. Did unsecured debt, which is 80% of the challenge most of the time. It doesn't matter what status they are. We've seen that over the years. But now they come to us and we say, well, you've got enough equity in your property. We can now do a structured transaction with you. But we know that when we transfer it out of your name, you will have the ability in time to actually buy it back, because your credit score is up to maggots at this stage. It's really not going to fly, but we can almost guarantee that you will be able to buy back in the future. And then we do a product that's called a recovery type of product. So that's assisting an individual that is actually on the recovery side. And then on the other side, I think I've just jumped to the next slide actually. But and then on the other side, we have an individual where we actually see this one will never be getting finance or soon at least. And the only solution for them at this stage is where we sit and say, listen, let's take on your problems and actually go in to the banks, settle them, and get short-term finance in place to be able to sell your house quicker without all these people barking at you, and be sure that you can materialize the most of your capital that's still in that property, because finance in the future is not an option. And that's also called a flip. So that's basically the two main solution lines that we actually go into. So what I wanted to just have you have a clear picture in your mind about the two different profiles. The one comes to you and they're really desperate, but is unable to get finance, and we cannot recover them without selling their property. And that's where we bring in people. And then the other one is where we know that we can recover them, but we need an investor for a period of 1 to 3 years. So just as an overview, and if we jump into the next slide, the buy and lease back, which is also called the recovery, the real estate owner sells the property to you as an investor. And in most cases, there will be a transfer. Whatever we do, and I think that's absolutely critical, whatever we do on any real estate owner's property is notified either through a transfer or securities or a recordal that's completed against the deed of that seller. So anyone that picks up a deed, any attorney will always see the investor's name referenced depending on the type of deal that we do. And that is actually a critical pillar of security. Looking at the property investor can then acquire through transfer, installment sale. We do quite a bit of installment sales, which we'll explain to you when we get there. And I mean, before I became aware of it and Daniel started to teach me about it, I just realized that this is a brilliant method of doing business and actually saving thousands upon thousands in terms of costs, but a very strong legal basis for that agreement. And from time to time we do a covering bond against the deed, like a bank in the first instance. So you will always have the property deed as a cover, as part of the process. And then I think what is most important, looking at the lease agreement. We sign a lease agreement with this real estate owner on the basis that we've explained earlier, where we say to him, okay, in the olden days, we would have said to them, we'll settle all your debt and you have only one payment to make, and that's your lease agreement. Currently, we're saying to them, we're not paying off your debt. We're going to take the full terms of rent and we're going to put it on the trust account of the attorney, and we will be invoicing the attorney, and you're actually paying up front for the whole term, according to what you will lease, if it's a 12 months or 24 months, depending on the term, that is paid up front in terms of this lease agreement. And then we manage them through our debt division and debt counseling division on a monthly basis to bring down the outstanding debt, and on the same time frame, so that we can actually be in a position to have their affordability repaired, their credit score repaired, and they will be able to actually get finance then. So from that perspective, we suddenly have a tenant that 99% of the time cannot default. And that is a major thing. I mean, yes.
Which buy-to-let can do that?
It's can I get that book? I'll run the book.
I must say, what we found is, I mean, we get people that are in distress and they're very committed to the process of keeping their home. But the fear what all these credit providers are putting into these individuals are so much so that they really are committed to settling their debt. And, to have them motivated on a monthly basis, it seems, and that's what was suggested almost 18 months ago, and it actually works. It seems that they are much more committed on paying their debt off than, paying a lease agreement, for instance. But we couldn't take the risk. And suddenly we've changed this whole risk dimension on its head, and now we don't have any cash flow risk. So when we speak to investors that got real cash and that cannot afford not to have their income, we can speak to them about the underlying rental warranty, and that really puts them at ease. So the other most important thing on our lease agreement, I think it's on the next slide, is the fact that we've got a triple net lease. And that means that, whenever there's an interest rate hike, like now, the monthly invoicing will be increased with that percentage increase. So the real estate owner that's renting from the investor will then actually pay more, but we will never go lower. So even if it drops lower, we won't go lower. It will be fixed for the full term. What is also nice is we never get phone calls. Listen, my light bulb, is not working properly anymore. Blah blah blah. All the maintenance is actually part of this lease agreement and for the real estate owner's responsibility. So that is very important. So the tenant actually. So if there's an increase of levies, increase of municipal account, all of those things are actually in that lease agreement, and not for the account of the investor. Okay.
Excellent of investor, man.
All right. So I think we've spoken about this, but I think
Sorry, Gerard,
Yes.
I thought Gerard was waiting for wow.
I was
Where do you get a buy to let?
Yeah.
The rental is paid in advance for the rental term. The any increase on lease, municipal levy, everything gets paid by the tenant if it goes up. Okay. If there's maintenance, the tenant pays.
It's
Where do you get that?
It's like,
And I think that's where people miss these things that we see as normal nowadays. Like I hear how Gerard's explaining it. Someone get excited from
I'm just as excited, and I know it's his presentation. And Donnie says, if you've got questions, wait. But I've got just something here from the side. I've got like young investors that's very acute getting into the property industry. This one 60 minutes driver from Checkers phoned me the other day and says, I've been saving and I've got 100,000 rand. How do I get into property? So I've got one of those guys going, and then I've got another professor that just went on to retirement. He's got R1 million that he wants to throw around. He doesn't want to go and buy a house for R1 million, but he wants to use R1 million towards something. Do you have an answer for those kind of guys?
You're not allowed to ask that now.
Okay, I'm not allowed to ask those.
Must
But
put that
there. I'm putting it down there. Sorry, I put this right.
Yes, and yes. I can just say that so long. Yes. So there's no doubt that we can assist them. So I think what is most important is that all the different aspects of managing this property is put in place. From a maintenance perspective, the rental management side, the invoicing, the collecting. It is so important. And I think as one of our biggest investors, he's a big investor with us, but he's also a big investor in his own portfolio. It's quite a sizable portfolio. And, so we've got about a sixth of his portfolio. And he said to me the other day, should I not just sell all of it and just give it all to you? I'm not working for my portfolio with you. Whereas, any direct property investment is actually work. And I found that there is too many investors that actually has this idea about real estate, but they actually are JSE mentality investors. They want no dirty fingers, no mud. They just want clean investments. And in that essence, I say to them, don't start a property business, start investing. And that's what we do.
Yeah, exactly.
We've got a much shorter cycle. We are using property. It is in your name, but the reality is we have created investment opportunities within the real estate world that actually gives you both the benefits that you will be getting in terms of the pillars of investment in property, but you don't have the responsibility at all. And they actually like that a lot. And as you say, as they get older, the reality is that they don't want that hassle anymore. But where do they go? I mean, they can't go into a normal structure in terms of JSE listed funds. The reality is the withdrawal, the current average of withdrawal from a pension fund is now 4.5%. Now, just do the sum in terms of a guy that's used to property. He's gonna think they're stealing from him. But the reality is they cannot withdraw more because they need to make provision for inflation, which we know property is actually protecting almost in a natural cycle for us. All right. So just quickly, looking at a buy to let, just know, we always say our recoveries are buy to let on steroids because of all the things that we've built in. But a normal buy to let, we must understand that this modern world that we're living in South Africa is a consumer driven world. The consumer has more rights than you have as the landlord. Yep. So that is a major risk. I mean, we don't have that many evictions. In fact, we never had one, but this year we had 2. And it's like 2 ladies that they're losing hundreds of thousands. But I mean, they were just, there's something wrong there. Who throws the one, I think Daniel said 800,000. But that's the exception to the rule. But we did see the process now again, and we did see the cost of it again. And although the real estate owner will be paying for that cost in our model, by the way, which is very important as well, and the penalties that we can bring in. But the reality is that risk in a normal buy-to-let sense is a massive risk because you're not only losing 6 months of cash flow, you're also losing the 60 to 100,000 rand of money. So it is a real issue that buy-to-lets will be have as a reality in these days. Okay, so I think most of the risk on a buy-to-let stays with the investor, and we have actually written it out of our agreements, and it works very well. Okay, maybe the next, just on the next slide, the actual audited buy and leaseback, the recovery figures, you will see there. Now, just on that note, as Daniel has mentioned, the next slide, Tana, as Daniel has mentioned, we work on net returns figures. That's after costs. So our current averages nowadays, when the interest rates dropped again, it was just below 17% on a net basis, and that's your fees, net of your fees. In other words, it's above 18.5%, including of your fees. So we know that we are getting these figures. It's not an issue, and I think it cannot be overemphasized. We've got an agreement that is not saying that we will pay you 20.44%. It's saying we will pay you this rand amount. And if we calculate it, it will be saying 20.44%. Because when an attorney looks at it, he's going he's going to look at the agreement to say, well, how much have you got already paid out? Oh, this is how much I owe you. When I transfer the property, I will pay you that much. It's not uncertain, it's fixed. And that's a major difference in terms of risk. We are not assuming that the market will be doing that and that and that. We know that we've written it in. Now, in some cases, the real estate investors will ask us, but what about the upside? If you live in Cape Town, you go from one town to another, in 1 month, it might be 5% different in terms of an increase of capital growth. But we are saying to the investors, we are protecting your downside on this level. Don't, get greedy. Just understand that your downside can almost never be touched. This real estate owner can still have a loss of capital, and that is a hard reality. But the fact is, we are protecting your downside on these levels, and that is what you can do. And I will share some figures now on the flip side of the business. All right. So if I just call my name if there's a question, but otherwise we'll ask it now. So on the on sale or the flip side, if you can go to the next slide, as I've explained, this individual, we've assessed we need to get his house in the open market, sell it to a third party ASAP. We do a calculation of what is required to actually, get his arrears on his bond in place, get his municipal account in place, and most importantly, do maintenance on the house so that we can get it ready for sale in the market. The legal cost of registering the securities, we do a calculation. Now, that is not the full selling price or the deal value as we normally do on the recovery. It is a much lower amount normally. And we spend, like for instance, we go to the, before we go to risk, by the way, we send out 3 agents. We have 3 agencies ready on the ground, and that's where you will be coming in. They give us the assessments. We've got an accurate description of the risk on ground level, and we have an estimation before maintenance, after maintenance, maximum and lower average prices, quick sale prices. We work that in before we go to risk, so that we can have a detailed assessment of it. But we also have a maintenance quote or 2 on the table before we go. I remember the one time we had a deal in, where's Donnie Gerber?
Port Elizabeth.
Yeah, well, just outside Port Elizabeth.
Dispatch.
Very, very nice house. We had an assessment, but we haven't had anyone on site. And that's in that moment we changed the process, because then the assessor went out after we've approved it on risk, and he came back saying, "Do you know about the flat that burned down at the back? And the cost of that was 270." He says, "What?" And from there on, we will always have a physical site visit through the agents or the professional valuators, because we needed that in our risk assessment. In any case, so we know exactly what we'll be spending, and then we go to the investor and we say to him, okay, this is the deal value that we need to do to prepare the house within the next month, get it into the market, hopefully sell it in the next 2 months, and then have 3 months for transfer. And that obviously is a very streamlined process and needs to be managed very accurately, as you know. And I think most importantly is that the real estate owner that's involved in this process is actually opening up his doors. He's not fighting the process.
Yes.
It's not a transfer out of the real estate owner's name first into the investor's name, which costs money, and then into the end user side of things. It's a different process, because we've got a willing real estate owner who's actually assisting us in the process to get this house ready for market and opening up for the estate agents. It's a different environment that we actually, and in these cases, we don't transfer the properties, but we do register the securities against the deed again, either on a recordal basis or the security bond side. So your name will be there again. All right. So just going to the next slide. Obviously, appointing you as the area specialist on the ground. If you've brought a client to us, you have the mandate automatically. The reality is, you will be on the ground selling it. We don't use, sometimes these agents come to us and they say, well, I'm your guy. And says, well, okay, just tell us what you've sold over the last 6 months. And then we say, no, 0. I says, no, how are you the specialist in the area? You've sold 0. No, that's not a specialist, but please bring me the one that can do it and did do it over the last couple of months. And then we know that the inputs that we're getting is the right stuff. Okay, so that's very important for us to know when we do transactions where we can avoid a transfer into the investor's name and to the end user purchaser, we do that. And we structure it very carefully that we don't have a double transfer from that perspective. And I just want to say, obviously, I've spoken about the predetermined returns on these deals, which is very. So when you go and buy on an auction, if you can, which Daniel has written an article about it, just read it, please. It's not something that you do in the modern days anymore. But the reality is, if you should be buying a bargain, you never know what the underlying risk is exactly. But we do. We've assessed it to the utmost detail. And therefore, I think the reality is that your security and the surprises that you will get is much less when we go through the process. And even then, if we identify anything that's in the process that wasn't there up front, we go back to the real estate owner who's in the agreement and say to him, listen, there's another 100,000 rand required for this. And we just add it as an addendum and restructure the figures so that ultimately the investor is not losing out, not at all. And that changes the way that we structure flips tremendously. So on the next slide, sale, on-sale product versus the buy-to-let, you know, there's a lot of detail. I think you've got it, as far as I understand it, in your pack. And you're welcome to read it through, because I think ultimately it is a collaboration between a seller, an investor, a maintenance team, an estate agency, and the assist that's almost putting its hand on top of all of these functions. And that really and obviously it's time. You know, time is money in our case, and it really makes it easier for the investors to get involved, especially your 100,000 rand guy suddenly has a place where he can go. And we'll get to that answer. But I mean, the reality is that we've done many of those in these type of environmental. I think what is also important, if you look at that one penalty profits, so if there's a real estate owner that suddenly, I don't know what they drink overnight, or there's a pill that doesn't work with them, but they get uptight and they don't want to go do this and they don't want to do that anymore. The reality is our agreement says that if they are in default, there's penalties involved. On a monthly basis, if there was a rent involved, on the older deals, there was a 10% of rent penalty. There's a 10% of deal value penalty if they really create a mess for us, which we don't apply that easily because we still are very conscious about the fact that we don't want to hurt them when they're lying down. But if they are the cause, there is a penalty of 10% of deal value that we actually apply. And that is and we've seen, and I think Daniel understands from a mediation perspective, we don't go to courts from day one. We have it around the table. We go through a very detailed mediation process, explain the numbers when there's an issue, and then they can at least understand that the cost that will be coming from their decisions, that's not to their benefit, is suddenly there in front of them. And that's why in the last 10 years, except for these two ladies, which is the exception to all rules, almost everyone turns around and says, okay, I understand it better now. Can we just do as we planned and get out of the transaction, et cetera, et cetera. And that protects the investors, tremendously. And what we found is, I mean, the worst case scenario where we had it when the floods was there in Durban. I mean, that investor was about to exit the transaction and the floods came. Now, the municipality couldn't get to that area for 6 months. It's a mess. I mean, this guy's now expecting his money to come out, et cetera, et cetera. But ultimately, our deals are structured to such an extent that we just continue a roll-on effect in terms of returns on a monthly basis as well as on a capital basis. But ultimately, when we sell that property, which we did, we do the calculation, and the investor, up to the last day, I want to call it, the last month, will get his returns that is due to him, even if that deal was extended unexpectedly. And that, I think, is also very important for us to just mention.
Now, sorry to interrupt there. Just a very important thing is, because of the way that it's structured, we are committed to our investors, where we're saying that we won't take a part of that profit that's made. We get what we call a performance profit, okay? But we only get our performance profit once the investor got his returns as agreed. Otherwise, we won't take it. That's how simple. So we sacrifice. If we make a mistake first, we pay the price first. That's how simple it is.
Yeah. So there's very little issues that we find that we cannot get a solution for. And I think that makes us very much different. It is our function to get the solution in place and not have any risk carried over to the investor. It is sometimes in a bad situation, not a bad thing, but it's not a worst case scenario where you will actually lose the money. And I think that's a major difference when it comes to our documents. I'm just scanning, so we don't guess what you'll be getting as you do on a normal flip in the open market. We know what you'll be getting, and it is actually, to do flips is a costly thing. It's really not a cheap exercise, especially with labor and materials that is so expensive these days. And I think this, if I want to do if I would have said to my daughters, do a flip with your 200,000 rand, this is the way you should be doing it. I mean, because you can protect your downside and get the 70% net return without even lifting your finger, and not getting involved with any contractor. It's definitely something that I can suggest to any investor. Now, I think here the next ones are just saying, where we can avoid a double transfer, we will do so. If you go to an auction, there's no way you can avoid a double transfer. You have to first buy it, transfer it into your name, and then repair and sell it again. And in our case, we have room to manage that cost as well. All right, next slide. I think it's the last one before we get to the returns. Transaction flow management and sales facilitation. I think that's what I've said. Predetermined quotations and costs. I mean, whenever we have that maintenance quote not on the table, trust me, at risk, it is stressful, because we actually go into the quote itself. Me as an investor, from an advising perspective, I'm looking at the quote and I say, wait a minute. The professional valuation said there's a 200,000 rand of repairs needed. This quote is quoting us 50,000. Surely there's something that's missing out. And we will then mostly have the answer. In some cases, we do the critical maintenance that will sell the house and not overspend. I mean, if the rule of thumb is, if we spend 100,000, the value must be 200,000 in terms of selling price. And if it doesn't make sense to spend that much money. And then we relook at the quotes. So that's typical things that we do. The project management, we do quite a bit of. There's a product that we just started. We are at pulling hairs of what the right name is. We call it sometimes an instant restart. Other people call it a quick sale. But it means that we'll prepare the house and sell it immediately to the investor directly. And he's got the option to keep it or rent it out, or flip it. But then they ask us, who's doing the project management? I'm a white collar guy sitting around behind my desk, but I want to do this flip, or I want to buy and keep it for the long term at this lower price. And then we say, well, we'll do the management fee for you, and ask our fees on it. And that's just a way of facilitating a transaction, because at least, and that's what I always say, if you want to buy for the long term and keep the property, please do it when the numbers make sense. And they most likely will make sense when you buy one of our products for the long term, because we go so much lower than market value. Whereas it doesn't make sense going to, I see a lot of development stock, and I always ask the people, let's do the calculation and let the development stock that you bring to me, especially here in Cape Town. I mean, it's crazy what the high levels. For break-even property nowadays, the last calculations that we did, we needed to put down a 40% deposit to get a break-even scenario in Cape Town flats.
Cash flow positive.
And then I said to him, give me the 400,000 on $1 million rand flat, and use that 600,000 exposure with your bank, and I'll show you what we can do. Because there's no way that we'll club that property that you were looking at. So it is and I think maybe I should come in here with one of my notes was, we've got an investment plan for our Purvey mandate holders. So we've got different levels of mandated clients. Now, if you bring a client to us, remember that we will assess him. Some guys know what they're doing. They want to just look at the deal and take it. But other guys say, listen, I'm doing this from a planning perspective, and I want to achieve a certain goal in future from an income perspective. How do I get there? And I always say to the people, the biggest risk is getting there and just realizing that you haven't got enough money. But now the time is lost, because property is a game that you can do over a long term. Yes, and in this investment plan that we draw up, we actually show them, will they be achieving their goals or not? And that's one of the biggest advantages when it comes to our projections. So I just wanted to make mention of that. So it's not only about the actual transaction. It is the transaction and the underlying risk fitting into a plan for the long term. And in any property portfolio, you need cash. And one of the benefits with us is if you apply your investments here, you will create the cash that you have to have that safety net in place. When you have, many of our investors will say, okay, I've got about a 6,000 rand shortfall on my 3 flats. Then they do one transaction with us, and then they have about a 4,000. I mean, the last guy that we did was, his deals were so well structured that he could subsidize from our positive cash flow his shortfall on his flats. He couldn't believe it. So the guys are because of the higher returns that we're getting. The only difference is he understands now that he needs to get into our deals every year to 2 years. And he says, well, it makes sense because it's bringing in much more cash, and it's cash flow and cash that you need. Right. So just on the slide of our audited results, you will see, and we've structured our current joint venture flips that we do, a 24%. You'll see there in 2025 a 24% return. So what we typically do nowadays is we will say to our clients, okay, we're going to go in and out of this deal within 6 months. We will pay you that's 2% per month is the average return. And that means that we'll give you 12%. In month 5, we actually roll into the new transaction that's on the table and do another flip. So that means that in some cases, they will actually increase. Sorry.
Absolutely, exponentially.
I just needed to. Nee, was net amper hier my keel, hier weet jy watter kant hier. In geval. So our aim on our clients that do on-sale flips is to achieve that 24%. And on the downside, they will have a 17% on the flips. So that means, but they're not lifting a finger. So I know that you can have opportunities out there where you can have greater returns. But I always say to the guys, just calculate the net return, because you might get a 35% return, but after your cost, are you still getting, the annualized 24%? And depending on who you are, what type of investor, what network you've got, and secondly, are you really the person that want to take on a day-to-day basis an opportunity where you need to go past a couple of times a week on site to make sure that they are not wasting your money. In the reality is most people don't have the skill to do it, and that's why I just say, here's the returns. It's one of the better backup plans that you can actually take on. All right. So so maybe Daniel, I know that there's going to be quite a few questions possibly, but I mean the next couple of slides is all about the ambassador.
Yeah, I think thank you guys. We 5 minutes over, but hopefully I'll be 5 minutes max. So I'm going to immediately jump into what is the advantages. Now I want to start off by saying, if you have an investor, okay, so there's 2 ways of obviously participating, and I'll go into that specifically. But I think the key thing here is when you register an investor, now you must listen very carefully. If my friend here, Henku, registers Johan tomorrow, Johan is connected to Henku forever. Okay? Even if he doesn't work with him anymore. Even if the guy later phones Gerard and do 5 investments this year with Gerard, Henku gets paid every time. All right? And it stays like that as long as that relationship with us, with that client, not with Henku, with us, are doing transactions, Henku will get paid, even if he doesn't talk to him anymore. All right? So the principle of that is, and I always say that to a lot of the agents, you are not the only guy, you may think so sometimes, that you're the only guy who has got this investor. But he's got a few other friends as well, okay? And unfortunately, they may also be other estate agencies, okay? So my suggestion always is, guys, jump onto it, register him with us as a lead. Obviously, you must be happy with us and what we do and how we do it. And from that basis, it doesn't mean that we're going to work with him without you, because you're the ambassador in that case, which means you've got a relationship with the client. And then we're going to jump into the 2 options that we have. The one is you hand him over. You don't always have the time to do a proper plan with him, how he's going to invest in property for the next 10 years like us, because that's what we do. But you want to make sure that he's your referral, and you will be copied in all the communication to him. So if there's a new opportunity, those type of things. I do not have the time today, but I would definitely like you guys and everybody online to make sure that you register for the 23rd of June's. You'll see it. It's also found on the in your folder. And those who is online, we'll put it on just now so that you can just use the QR code to register for that. Make sure you get to that webinar. It's online. For those who's in Cape Town, please come and join us that day. Come have something to eat and join us in the presentation. So the first part of it is, we call it buyer fees. It's like a commission, so it's a buyer's commission. The person who represents the buyer, bringing him to the table, is getting a percentage of that fees that we do. Now, very important is when we get to the fees are smaller than your normal agent commission. But here's the thing, it's a reoccurring fee. So if that client do one of our deals, remember, you've now sold the property to him for 10 years, and he might not buy another one from you ever. Okay. With this, if he actually buys through us and you've referred him, and after a year get his money back and buy again, you're getting another commission. And then you get another commission. Now, I can work out for you quickly, how many investors can you get in a year? All right? So let's be very conservative. If you do it 1 a month, try to find 1 investor a month for 10 months of the year. So after year 1, you got 10 investors. The average investment, even if you just borrow the money from the bank, and remember, everybody who earns income is an investor that's got a good credit record. Everyone. It's just you need to sell the concept of doing investments. I've got people, they work for 30 years, earning somewhere between 30,000 Rand a month and 80,000 Rand in that term. No? And I just asked the client, I said, let's just take your last 10 years salaries. What was your 10 years ago salary? Oh, no, it was so much. I said, okay, so you're qualified. This person doesn't own a property. Eh? So I asked him, can I quickly work out for you what you lost over the 10 years? And when they see that, trust me, they start tomorrow. Okay? Because if they qualify for a mortgage, they can do investments with us. They don't have to have a cent cash. Okay? So that's the point. Get everybody to be an investor. Everybody should invest in property. That is just how it is. And if you are the person that bring that party to the table and you bring 10 a year and everyone do a deal only once in 2 years, by the time you have 50 people, you can actually settle down because they're going to continue pay you. All right. So that's the plan. Get a passive income so that you don't have to work every month as hard and start from zero again. That's the difference. Okay. So early payment of commission, same principle as with the other side. When the deal is suspensive conditions are met, fees are paid, and the agent gets his fees. If we go to the next slide where we speak about the percentages. So if you bring an investor in, and this is now, there's two different parts. One is you're a referral person. You're not the type of person that want to sit, deal with that investor. You give a name and a telephone number and you tell the guy about this great company who can help you do property investment. Then your job is done. All right? Then we do the work, and every time that client invests, for every R1,000,000, you get 7 grand every time he does a deal. Okay. So it continues like that. And then when you have the clients like Henku spoke about, where the client says, no, I like Henku, I only want to do deals through Henku. No problem. Okay? Henku is just going to do a bit of more work. All right? Because that's how our life works. You get more when you do more. Okay? So in that case, he'll introduce the investor to Wealth Assist. We'll register him. He will onboard him. He will help with that. He'll do the FICA and those type of things. He will arrange, if we go to the next slide, Tana, he will arrange signature for the transactions. You will help, and I'll show, I want to just show you one thing, which is not on the schedule, but I would like to do that. Is just show you, if you go on the site, Tana, I don't know if we can do that a little bit later. Just go onto the site. I want to show you what we show an investor so that he can quickly make a decision. So you can tell him about every new deal we will sign your client on. But if you tell the client that he must work through Henku, then we send the opportunities to Henku. Henku, you need to call him. You need to chat with a guy. You need to tell him about the new opportunity. Even if he's registered, he can just go onto the site about it. So all your part of it is, yes, I see there's a new deal that falls within your category. And in your specific plan that you budgeted with Wealth Assist. And as soon as we've done that, it's your challenge to call the client and say, listen, I've checked, there's a new one, just came up. This is ideal for you. And your job to sell him that property, because you're now saying he trusts you. So it doesn't help if I want to sell it to him. Okay. So signing of that, and then manage the relationship between Wealth Assist and, so there's a bit more work to it, but there's a bit more money to it. So then you'll get 1.4% for every time that he invests. Okay? Doesn't matter how long it goes. All right. Good. And then obviously bond origination. If you do the bond origination through our dear friends MultiNET, you're going to get a commission on that. And it means every time that the guy uses finance, you're going to get it again and again and again. Same story.
So you can like get commission twice a year from the same guy, and bond
or
commission.
10 times. We've got
depends
clients.
on
We
the
got
money
clients
day.
that starts off with 500,000 deal, and they are now investing in total 5 million with us. And you don't know how much money a person
It's
has
like
got.
the
A
trust.
lot of guys don't want to tell you up front. Trust me. They want to put their foot in the water and or their toe in the water. They see, oh, gee whiz, this works out well, and then they start throwing money. And that's how it works. So I don't have to tell you those things. You know it yourself if you give a client a good deal. So, and then obviously, if you give clients good investments, and it's not all about the 5% one time in 10 years, just work out. One investor, one deal, 10 years, keeping the property, or he gives you he becomes an investor with us, he's registered with us, and you get money every time. Just work out which one is the most
Amount of commission.
financially beneficial. And
Unbelievable.
Usela fluit, my
My
story is uit. I think the last thing is if we can just jump on the website quickly, Tana. So what we have is you'll see there's actually available opportunities. That's right now, that's on the site. Okay. Now let's say we go to, I can't see if it's a recovery or what that is, Tana.
So you can
If
physically
you got
go
one
and participate on a physical one right
online.
now.
Already, listen to this. If you go into if you got a recovery or an installment side recovery there or something. Yeah, go to that one. Go into it, Tana. All right, so if he's now a registered guy, here's an investment, okay? Just see that. If you see that, first of all, you have all the photos, videos, shows exactly where it is, everything, okay? Then you go down and you get your returns. Go down, there's it. If I can't see if you can see that returns, but it shows you exactly what the investment amount is. It also shows you can you size it up a bit, Tana? Or is it just my glasses? No, yes.
Yeah, it's refreshment rates.
I want to just use that as a practical example.
We still don't have 5G here in Bloemfontein. Yeah, we're working on that.
But it shows you exactly the market value of the property. It shows you the rental income. Ah, beautiful, man. Look at that. Sure. Market value 6 million. Total exposure 65% of market value. What's the investment amount? In total 2.5 million. Okay? 2.5 million investment. Your net rental return 12.25%. So if you borrow all the money at 10.5% at prime or prime minus, you're already 3% up in excess per month. Okay? Then you have your capital growth per year, minimum 6.25% per annum. Total return 18.5% minus the cost, which is the buyer's fee, which part goes to you. That goes to 1.75. The net return per annum on this deal is 16.75%. Okay? Fantastic opportunity. So you can go onto the site on a daily basis, see what's available, secure it for your investor, sign a DSIA, what we call a deal solution acceptance, investor's acceptance. So you reserve it, do the applications, sign the contracts, and there we go. All right, so there's opportunities available. Already checked, pre-vetted, risk mitigated, and if you go into it, Tana, if you can take that same one and just go into it. No, it's not that one. But there's even opportunities like this where the houses are finished and the person hasn't got the money to finish it now, and then sell it on, that type of thing. That one that you were on, Tana, was...
and you've got so many guys that's into these things and wants to
yeah, take this one. So if you go into it now on the, if you go to the reports, you see there's various reports there. There's a professional valuation. There's a full inspection, every single photo taken of anything that's wrong with that property, with what we budgeted to get it done, plus your returns, everything is there. If your investor wants to view that property, he can go there. He can check everything out. You don't have to lift a finger. Ready to go. Okay? You've haven't done. How much hours do you have to spend? Our investors spend 2 hours maybe researching this stuff, if that's correct, and then they sign. Okay? Select if I want to be in that area. Is that what I got? What is the exposure to market value?
Yes.
All those type of things are all there.
Right.
So that you can go and research and say, okay, this is exactly what Johnny likes. Johnny, just go on the site, quickly check that one out, reserve it quickly. Let's go. That's it.
Man,
Good
that is
stuff.
amazing. Thank you very much.
Then I'm just going to give you the Gerard's detail. Obviously, not you guys who's from Pelser, but any other agencies online, etc. You're welcome to contact Gerard to apply to be a Power Partner Ambassador. Yeah. The same as with Henny with the real estate side, assist side. If you look at that, so if you want to take a photo there it is. And then the last but not least, if you want to refer, again, on the right-hand side, if you go to the bottom slide, Tana, you go to the right-hand side. If you're from Pelser, there's your same landing page if you want to load your investor. And remember what I said, if you load your investor first, I don't care who else sends him. We have got a system. If it comes up, the moment that you put his name, just the lead details in there. If it comes up and it's already existing under somebody's name, it will immediately flag it. We'll immediately call you and tell you, so listen, I see this person has been listed through this company or that company already. Sorry, we can't list it under you, but you can still do a deal with him. And on that deal, you will earn the commission on that specific deal if you referred it.
That's great stuff, man. Yes. Yeah. We've got a question there. I don't know if we can have time for questions.
Yes, that is now.
Yeah. Can we have a quick question on that side? What is the question on that side? Well, we're going to give you a
lapality.
We just want to give you like a mic there.
Perfect. Can you hear me? Okay. Basically, my name is Colin. I think it's been about 2 weeks now. I have a guy I've known for almost like a year now. And right now, as we're currently speaking, I was actually going to ask you in terms of assisting clients, because the guy right now is an actually international buyer. He's willing to splash 3 million rand multiply on townhouses. He's in Italy currently. He's Italian, fully, like purely. So I was actually asking in regards of that question, because I've been speaking to him for almost like a week now. We've been like conversing on WhatsApp now and then, because he wants to buy properties. So now if someone that's like that, that's not literally planning on coming to South Africa anytime soon, how do I maybe, let's say, if I have to send an offer and all the payment system, because that's going to use a different currency.
Okay, so very good example is our biggest investor, private investor, are currently a person like that. He comes from Cyprus. Well, it's actually a German living in Cyprus. Got property all over the world. But he brought in an investment to South Africa, I think in the region of about 50 million. And he invested with us, but he did do the bit of effort to fly once, found us, went through our videos, worked through our stuff so that he can fully understand what's happening. We gave him Gerard had 2 or 3 discussions with his PA as well, and then me and him together with a client online, which we can do for you, explain our services, what we do, how we do it. And then he started investing and he brought 50 million one time. So it can happen.
Yeah.
Definitely. All right. And we gladly will assist you with that. Yeah. Okay.
Thanks all.
I also have a client that's got about 500 million rand of property, but that really needs to be redone and resorted, because I think this guy can really make lots more. And I think to look at something like this and restructure his property, because some of his property needs assistance.
Some of them are not.
And some of them needs to be sold and restructured. And I think your product will be amazing for this year.
So Gerard, I'm going to ask Gerard to answer this one, because he deals with that often, where he gets a list of the person comes, he's got already existing portfolios. I'm not a very good driver to sell anything if you got property, but to access that equity and
You've got to
maybe
do-
grow that together with the other one and only offload those that's not good enough.
Yeah.
But I think Gerard will maybe give a bit of better feedback on that.
Yeah, I think the reality is that for some reason, the many investors don't assess regularly what this return is actually. So we do a calculation to determine a return on investment, and then we put it together, and then we at least can identify one or two things. This one should go. It's not a good investment. It became worse over years, areas changed, that type of thing. And on the other hand, if they want to keep it, we are actually accessing the old flexi bonds or the access bond philosophy. So just by using the capacity in current portfolios that are actually well managed, because that money to us is cash. So then we can actually spread his portfolio. He will obviously, the amount of money that is withdrawing from his portfolio and giving to us is doubling up on his capacity. So he's extending his capital basis. But secondly, we know that the money is coming from an access facility. That means the deals that we place him in must provide positive cash flow deals, which nowadays is about 90% of all our transactions. That will service his monthly installment to the bank and have a positive advance on it. And then obviously when we do the deal, the capital is realized. So I think from that perspective, we find quite a few of these established investors to sit down and say, let's restructure, but also reapply the capital base that they've built up. And we show them. It's figures. No? It's not a buy away.
Remember that we never, our type of product only exists, call it for 13 years, but we haven't been, call it that active, because some people, why didn't I know about you before, and all these lovely stories. But the big thing here is it wasn't there before. So real estate investors are now not in a position where they could previously now speak to somebody like that who specializes as a property investment advisor in the process. So now we can sit there and say, okay, gee whiz, that I see now what you mean is if it only, it's like a development. I talked about this development, Bloemfontein. It's just a practical example. If somebody comes to me and say, I want to buy this piece of land and I want to do a development and I want to make 15% return. You know what I say to them? I say, you must be crazy, man. Why would you do that? You can just buy with us and you'll get 17% and you do nothing. Now you have to go through a whole development to make 15%. Come on. So those type of things, people just do stuff because they think it's a good idea, But if you do the sums, you analyze up front, make sure that your investment is a proper investment and it's going to grow and it's going to go somewhere, that's a different story. And you've heard many stories about deals that went bad. And that's why the guy doesn't invest in property anymore. Meantime, it's just bad management, not proper planning, not analyzing the things properly up front, and you burn your fingers. Sorry, Gerard.
Yeah, get goed gedoen. I think that's a reality. And what I do find is, and what is interesting about the portfolio, if you come to the end, closer to retirement, so-called, it becomes a very tricky game. Because, it doesn't mean building wealth through property needs to end up in the same portfolio. And I think that's a major mindset that needs to be addressed. And we have look, the reality is we've got property investments, but our focus is much more from a wealth assist perspective and an investor perspective. It is an investment into property that provides a certain return that makes it a bit more liquid. I listened to your question, how quickly is my money coming back? Now, when you're talking to a retiree, he's got the same question on a monthly basis. He wants to be secured. and he wants to know that his portfolio can grow at minimum on an inflation level. You know, if you invest for retirement, your income portfolio at 65, you need to have a gross return of 13% in South African terms to withdraw enough money and protect it from inflation. I know that they say the inflation rate is 4%, but we know that from a retirement budget perspective, it's not. It's closer to 8% from an inflation perspective. So if you look at property, you actually need to get returns.
Look at the 7%, yeah. But I can tell you what, I can sit and listen to you the whole day. At the moment you speak about these figures, my mind just goes and I'm just like, give me more. That is like so much, I enjoy it so much. If I can ask you, what would be your golden nugget for us to take home today to conclude our day from your side and again from our side? Thank you so much for this insightful session on your side. Our time has just came to a place where we have to end up, and if we can ask you for a golden nugget on your side, we would really appreciate it.
Thank you. My answer will be, for the first time in South African history, you've got a product in real estate that you can invest without getting your hands dirty. I've seen it, I've tested it. This is the one. And please create a mindset in your client base to consider property which is clean in terms of deals, and let them build wealth, because ultimately they will get to property investment. And what I always say to clients that's established, it is not your children that will struggle to buy property in South Africa. It's your children's children. But we need to put the structure in place right now to be sure that they will not living in small little boxes.
Agree. Thank you very much. It was very nice. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, guys.
Thank you, guys.
Any other questions out there? Are you guys good? Anything out there? Thank you very much, guys, for all your information. The online guys, I know we're going to get some information and we're going to get some emails and we're going to get some questions. Please give it to us, speak to us. We will get back to you. We will revert back, and then we're going to get the next session is the 23rd of this month. And then, thank you very much for all your time as well today and all your warmth and wealth of wisdom. We really appreciate you guys.
Thank you, guys. I appreciate it. I know it was long. I think if when you get your my golden nugget will be go and listen to the recordings when you get it.
Yes.
It's really go into a bit of depth in that and listen to where you can speak to your clients, where we can be assisting you. That's why we are called the Assist Group, so that we can assist the estate agent as well as your investors, as well as your real estate owners. Wrapping up, thank you, Johan. Thank you, Henko.
Thank you, all of you.
Thank you for all you guys, your time. I really want to thank the Assist Group's team as well.
Absolutely.
They have really prepared well and do what they had to. And Christoph and Tana trying to do all the technical things here from a non-office
point of view.
Thank you very much. You've done an excellent job, and I thank everybody. And I think it's have a super blessed time.